service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem a heritage won for us through the blood and thought of the fathers. And I prayed myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. One more time. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to in high esteem a heritage won for us through the blood and blood of the fathers. And I pray myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. Tribute. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved, involved. We are all involved, involved. We are all involved in building a motherland. We are all involved, involved. We are all involved, involved. We are all involved in building a motherland. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. TBU. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a motherland. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a motherland. Oh my woman, oh my man, you need baby, I go watch out, yes, I am wearing it. so on Yiniba, Nagmatiba with you, Yamoy and Bere, no Bea, if he Yanara, or my woman, or my man, Yini baby, I call, watch out, Yaza, you are ready. So on Yiniba, Nasatiba with you, Yamoy and Bere.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we all rise as we welcome the Thank you, and please do take your seats. Inspired by the first line of the lyrics of our national anthem, we're drawn to understand that every gathering, especially one that is strategically positioned to strengthen our economy and project into the future, is a gathering that is inspired by God. At this time, before I say anything extra, I'd like to, with great respect, welcome here to the stage the Director of Public Relations of the Methodist Church of Ghana, Reverend Hedwig Natoloquist, to lead us in prayer. Shall we welcome her with a big round of applause?
Shall we bow down our heads in prayer? I borrow the words of David in Psalm 8 this morning to say, how majestic is your name in all the earth. You have set your glories above the heavens and have ordained praises on the lips of children like us. When we consider how far you have brought us as a nation, as a people, we say, who are we that you have been so mindful of us? We thank you for the President of the nation. We thank you for our mother, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Mama Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. We thank you for all the leaders, the policymakers, the business persons, and experts who are gathered here this morning. We pray, Lord, endow us with discernment, that as we gather at this sacred opportunity to learn to reflect on our economy and what will sustain our currency, we pray that, oh God, who are the source of our wealth, who is the source of our wealth, this morning we pray that sustain us as we deliberate, oh God. Remind us that we will acknowledge that no nation will rise without righteousness. Grant every speaker, every contributor courage, and grant all of us wisdom that we may together fashion out policies that will move this nation forward. Begin with us, go through with us, and end with us. I have prayed this believing in the name of Jesus our Lord. Amen.
We're very grateful to Reverend Hedwig Natoloquist. She is the Director of Public Relations of the Methodist Church of Ghana and has specialty in event design and marketing communications traced to multiple concepts known as Charterhouse. We're grateful to you once again, Reverend. Your Excellency, the Acting President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Professor Noche Ni Note Owo IV, President of the Osustu Council, Convener of the Ghana Economic Forum, friends from the diplomatic corps, friends from the industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good friends who are joining us from far and near. It gives me great pleasure this morning to welcome you to the 2025 edition of the Ghana Economic Forum. Ghana, as a nation, is widely regarded as a moving force within the African continent, a nation blessed with massive resources, natural, human, and those that fit other descriptions. But the big question we continue to ask ourselves is, how are we harnessing all of these resources to ensure that we take our rightful place not only within the big picture of Africa, but in the big global picture? It is for that reason that we're gathered this morning under the theme Currency Stability, a Reset for Sustainable Economic Growth. Today, we'd want to dig into the minds and into the various ideas that exist and see how we can channel all of them into aligning with government's agenda of resetting our economy and our nation at large. This morning, we're glad to have the very good company of our friends at the Business and Financial Times, who have been at the forefront of leading thought leadership, especially in critical areas of our national lives. It's my pleasure now to bring here to the stage for our official welcome Dr. Godwin Akwe, who is the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, who are the organizers of the Ghana Economic Forum. Can we do a bigger round of applause?
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Edward Anan, and other captains of industry, NI, diplomatic corps, diplomatic and development partners, distinguished gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen as well. Good morning and a very welcome to the 14th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum, which is organized by Business and Financial Times. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this year's edition of the forum, a platform that for over a decade has served as a national convener for economic and dialogues that will reflect all the actions that we need to put nation-state Ghana forward. This year's theme, Currency Stability, a Research for Sustainable Economic Growth, is both timely and economic, and it's crucial. The stability of our currency is more than an economic indicator. It is a measure of national confidence, business certainty, and social well-being. When our currency is stable, business plan better, investors stay longer, and households thrive. Let me try and set the tone for the economic stage for our discussion, because it matters. Our national currency, the Ghana cedi, has recently undergone a striking transformation. After years of weakness, we are now witnessing a turnaround. This year, the currency has witnessed an appreciation of about 37%. Over the years, the Ghana Economic Forum has not merely discussed problems. It has generated insights, influenced policies, and strengthened collaborations between the public and private sectors. Today, we continue that tradition, creating a space where ideas meet solutions and where dialogue transforms into development. This year's event will feature 3 key sessions focusing on the economy, energy, and agriculture, each a vital pillar for growth and transformation. Our resource persons and panelists represent some of the finest minds across government, academia, and industry. And we are grateful for their presence and commitment to shaping the national conversation. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for gracing this occasion with her presence. Please, Your Excellency, your support and leadership continue to inspire the business community and the youth and drive confidence in our nation's economic direction. To our sponsors, partners, and media collaborators, thank you for walking this journey with us. Your continued support enables us to sustain this important national platform. And to all our participants, both here and online, your engagement is what gives meaning to this forum. We encourage you to contribute openly, challenge ideas constructively, and take away insights that will impact your sectors and communities positively. As we begin today's deliberations, let us remember that Ghana's economic stability and prosperity will not be built by one institution or policy alone. It will take all of us working together with a shared vision and unwavering determination. Once again, on behalf of Business and Financial Times, I welcome you to the Ghana Economic Forum 2025. May today's discussions inspire new ideas, bold actions, and lasting partnerships for a stronger and more resilient Ghanaian economy. May the Almighty God continue to bless our whole land, Ghana, and make it great and strong. Thank you all, and welcome once again.
We're grateful to Dr. Godwin Akwe, the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, for setting the tone for the conversations this morning. I'm particularly excited about the idea of focusing on impact and what kind of impact all these conversations will lead to eventually in the growth of our economy. By way of introduction, my name is Nathaniel Atto, and I'll be your Master of Ceremonies for this morning. It's my hope that together as a collective we'll come together with the best possible ideas and of course critique them as well and ensure that whatever takeouts are coming from here are going in a certain positive direction to create maximum impact in our economy here in Ghana. Once again, would also like to say big greetings to all of our friends who are joining us virtually on various platforms that are contributing to this forum, and all of our friends who are within our jurisdiction and outside of it. The maximum participation encourages us to continue to do even more to ensure the bigger interest of our beloved nation, Ghana. Your Excellency, Royal Majesty, friends from the Diplomatic Corps, friends from industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our chairperson for today is one who is a certified public accountant and a certified global management accountant, who has combined certification from educational institutions scattered all over the world. They include the Penn State University, the Smil School of Business, and the Fox School of Business Management. Our chairperson is the Ghana partner of KPMG and has specialized over the years in governance, risk and compliance services, and consulting. He has a minimum of 21 years of experience in audit and advisory experience. As a partner, he's provided leadership in a wide range of advisory services spanning financial, risk management assessment, implementation, fraud risk management, forensic contract compliance, governance, risk and compliance strategy development, environmental and social governance, and strategy development. He's also facilitated a lot of leadership training for the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana and also the newly promoted managers in KPMG Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite now for remarks this morning Mr. Kwame Sapong Bania to give us a word of goodwill as we go ahead.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. I want to stand on all protocols that have already been observed by the MC to move on to the discussion, which is really important. Currency stability is one that is truly important to our nation, and I think for all of us, we've experienced it in the last, at least, few years. I bring to you greetings from KPMG in Africa, and this is really an honor for us to speak on this topic. The Ghana Economic Forum over the years has been an important gathering for ideas that transform this country, and therefore this one, the 14th one, as was mentioned earlier, is one that I believe will do the same for us as a country. In today's connected economy, currency stability is central to the economic confidence, investor behavior, and social well-being for all of us, as we've seen the last few years. A stable currency gives businesses the confidence to plan, invest, all stakeholders the ability to be flexible and to really understand what they need to do in the short to medium term and even long term. Currency stability is also key for managing public debt. When the cedi depreciates, cost of serving our foreign-dominated debt rises sharply, and we've all seen the implications. This puts pressure on the budget. It limits room for other social expenditures and things that drive the development of this country. We've learned big lessons from this currency devaluation and challenges, and as a country, between 2020 and 2021, we enjoyed one of the most stable currency periods in history. The cedi depreciated between 3.9 and 4.1% against the US dollar. As a result, inflation was contained within Bank of Ghana's medium-term target of 6 to 10%. However, rising global inflation, higher energy prices, and tighter financing conditions combined with domestic challenges created severe exchange rate volatility. And between July 2022 and November 2022, the cedi depreciated by 41.9%, moving from 7.6 to 13.1 to the US dollar. These were difficult times for the country, for households, businesses alike. Inflation rising to 54% in December 2022. In 2025, the picture has changed. May this year, our cedi had appreciated about 43% and a further 21% by September 2025. Inflation has come down from 23.5 in January of this year to 9.4% in September, the lowest since 2021. I thought I would get some applause. Yesterday, I listened to Her Excellency the Vice President speak on this particular topic. And I think when she got to this point, she asked the audience to recognize there. So I wanted to copy from her. In our engagement with businesses, which we do a lot, I mean, as a partner of KPMG, one of the things that you want to do is to sit down with a business owner, a board member, or somebody to talk about what is pertinent so that you can offer support. Some of the critical points that we typically hear from the various sectors, spanning from financial services to consumer markets, it's clear and resounding. What they are looking for is to be able to predict. And what they seek is an environment where they can plan production, forecast costs, and enter into long-term contracts without fear of disruption of the currency. When stakeholders are engaging with businesses in a particular country, they really look out for the stability of the currency, because that will be the functional currency of trade. And that's important for every single business. The task ahead is to consolidate the gains we've made this year and ensure that stability becomes a long-term feature of our economy. Firstly, we need to continue to build reserves. When we have good times, this is when the reserves must be built. And for the event that happened yesterday, the cedi at 60, I was truly impressed with the commitment from the governor of the central bank with regards to just education around the currency, letting people know what the currency is about, and that there was a whole year program planned to engage all stakeholders to understand our need to support in other policies. So again, it's important to build the reserves. Secondly, fiscal discipline. I think when anybody speaks about economic management, fiscal discipline is one, and truly it is something that hits us big. And we've seen the right trajectory with regard to fiscal discipline. We need to maintain that to ensure that value for money becomes the hallmark of what we do. For every cedi spent, there has to be real value for money, from the planning of the project to the execution and to even to the sign-off. And sometimes the challenges begin at the planning of it. So fiscal consolidation is truly, truly important. Finally, policy credibility and transparency are essential, and that it is important to have clear communication as to what we're doing, why we're doing it, so that people can plan, as I said earlier. Our vantage point is really very simple. The best performing businesses plan, and they plan with fundamentals that they can rely on, so that investors and other partners come to them with a certain level of confidence. In closing, what I say is that currency stability is a shared responsibility. It requires the discipline of government, the confidence of the private sector, and the trust of the general public. One other critical point that I took away from yesterday's cedi lunch was that we must transform our minds to do every business in Ghana cedi. Our cedi is 60 years, we must trust it, we must support the process to drive stability of this country. I thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the program.
We're very grateful to you, Mr. Kwame Sarpong Barnier. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, considering that we have traditional authority here this morning at the Ghana Economic Forum 2025, we're doing things a little differently. Mr. Kwame Sarpong Barnier here has paved the way for our chairperson to address us, exactly as we do when we find ourselves in the presence of traditional authority. Our chairperson for today is a seasoned and accomplished entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and politician. In years when Ghana was evolving in the tech industry, all of us would like to throw our minds back to strong brands like Masai Ghana that was heavy in terms of the solutions that were provided in information technology. Masai was a household brand and created a massive disruption within the tech industry here in Ghana. Added to that as well, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there was an intervention within the automobile industry, considering that we were a market that was growing in terms of our needs for preferred automobile brands. And that led to his introduction of the SEAT brand of vehicles into this country. The quality and durability of these vehicles is out there for all to see. Many years down the line, he's been responsible for mentoring many business leaders and also bringing many other solutions which many of us may not be aware of. But I'd like to remind all of us that in many of his public engagements, he has left a lot in terms of thought or food for thought. One day on an interview on Radio Gold here in Accra, our chairperson, who is about to address us, said there is a line that we always say: we believe in Ghana, I believe in Ghana. And he advises all of us to remove the we and the I and say, believe in Ghana. It is with this conviction that he has gone ahead to grow even bigger business brands. In the airline industry here in Ghana, we can easily refer to a strong brand as Passion Air, one which elevates Ghanaian values and Ghanaian identity, and also tells us one very simple thing, that Ghanaians can participate very heavily in the aviation industry, not only in Ghana, not only on the African continent, but in other parts of the world. He's a man of great conviction, a man who believes very much in the ideals of our nation, the resource that is available to us, and the identification of these resources to ensure that we explore and exploit for our benefit. It's my pleasure now to introduce to all of us our chairperson for today, Mr. Eddie Annan, who also was recently blessed with septuagenarian status. So we're very much in line to refer to him as a senior citizen of Ghana.
I'm not sure I'm the right person he was describing 2 minutes ago. I actually thought I was going to get out of this when he introduced our first speaker as the chairman. I was talking to Dr. Damkwa to let it stay as it, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. Your Excellency, current President of the Republic, J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my special friend, Honorable Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Captains of Industry, our esteemed traditional leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished panelists, development partners, academicians, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 2025 Ghana Economic Forum. I'm deeply honored and humbled to serve as chairman for this year's gathering. A platform where the nation's highest minds and most dedicated leaders come together to address not just the challenges we have, but the opportunities we can seize to enhance the growth and development of our nation. This year's forum arrives at a critical time for Ghana. Our economy has weathered turbulent global headwinds, from supply chain disruptions to climate shocks and shifting investment patterns. We are in the period of recalibration, or if I should quote our President of the Republic, reset. One word: fiscal discipline, productive investment, and sustainable growth must be our guiding stars. The Economic Forum has always been a marketplace of ideas, but this year, our responsibility is greater to transform dialogue into action and vision into measurable outcomes. No playing. Our fiscal resilience remains at the heart of our national stability. As we consolidate microeconomic gains, the challenge is to channel capital flows into productive sectors, into industry that create jobs, foster innovation, and increase our competitiveness under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Industry policy must be bold yet pragmatic, supporting local industries to move from survival mode to global competitiveness. Ghana's economic ambitions will falter without secure and affordable and sustainable energy. We must strike a dedicated balance, guaranteeing energy security today while transforming to clean and renewable resources for tomorrow. But the transition must be carefully managed, supported by policy, investment, and skills development that ensure no community is left behind. Our agricultural sector has long been the backbone of our economy, but the real value lies not only in what we grow, but in what we make out of what we grow. Whether it's cocoa, cashew nuts, shea, Ghana must move decisively into value addition, processing here at home, creating jobs here at home, and exporting finished products to the world. By strengthening agro-industrial linkages and embracing technology in farming, we can make agriculture not only the driver for growth, but a pillar for industrialization. This forum is not a place for rhetoric. It's a workshop for solutions. Let's be guided by evidence, by data, by the lived experiences of our people. Let us break the silos between government, private sector, academia, and civil society. No one sector holds all the answers. Progress would come from partnerships. This is imperative at this time of our national development and discourse. At the end of our deliberation, I expect to produce concrete policy recommendation to strengthen fiscal resilience and attract sustainable investment. A clear roadmap for Ghana's energy transformation, balancing security with sustainability. Actionable strategies for building strong agro value chains and expanding exports of processed goods. These must be actionable, must be measurable, and must be implementable. Because the true success of this forum will not be judged by our speeches we make, but by the actions we achieve. Distinguished guests, Ghana has always been a resilient nation. Our story is one of perseverance, ingenuity, and hope. Today, we stand at the intersection of challenge and opportunity. The partnerships we forged and the commitment we honor will shape not only our nation, not only our economy, but the future of our children inherit. There's an Akan proverb, a very strong one, that says, there's nothing wrong to go back for what you have forgotten. There is nothing wrong to go back to what you've forgotten. Let us take the lessons of our past, the realities of our present, and vision of our future, and craft Ghana that is more competitive, more inclusive, and more sustainable than ever before. Let us leave this forum not only inspired by Let us leave this forum not only inspired but determined to transform our economy, empower our people, and ensure that Ghana thrives for generations to come. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our current president,
We're very grateful to Mr. Eddie Annan, our chairperson for the 2025, Mr. Edward Annan, the chairperson for our 2025 Ghana Economic Forum. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, key takeouts from this address. Obviously, the idea of doing a lot in terms of value addition to create more jobs and also open up industry here in Ghana. There's been a great criticism about our natural resources and how we always bundle them up and export them to other parts of the world. The idea of challenging us this morning by our chairperson to ensure that value addition becomes a part of the bigger mix of the big picture that we're all projecting becomes very crucial. And for these and many other thoughts that you've put across, would like to say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Edward Annan. Shall we do one more big round of applause for our chairperson for today? The Ghana Economic Forum 2025 has massive support, especially from the media. At this time, would like to say a very big thank you to TV3, to Asasa Radio, City FM, Joy 99.7 FM, and Joy News Television, who are running this ceremony live. Also would like to say a very big thank you to the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, as a strategic partner, KPMG Ghana and Arthur Energy Africa, who are knowledge partners, and Fidelity Bank, who is a lead partner. Would also like to say a very big thank you to the following who have offered various kinds of support in the execution of this Ghana Economic Forum. Olam Agri, Stanbic Bank, Exim Bank, Buipoa Authority, the Jospon Group, Republic Bank, World Vision, Bost Energies, Cosmos Energy, Modec Ghana, Volta River Authority, Ghana Link, the Energy Commission of Ghana, the Bank Hospital, the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, HR Certification, Explorco, which is a wing of GNPC, the Ghana Stock Exchange, and Zondatech Ghana. Shall we do one more big round of applause for all of these partners? As a major partner, Fidelity Bank also bring a lot in terms of ideas to this conversation. This morning, I'm glad to welcome here to the stage Mr. Kwabena Boateng, who's the Deputy Managing Director for Wholesale Banking for Fidelity Bank, to address us. Shall we do a big round of applause as we welcome him here to the stage?
Thanks, Nat. Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Obukwajima, Chiefs Ni Na, the Chairman, Mr. Edward Annan. I remember very well Siat Masai years back. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to be part of this year's Ghana Economic Forum, a platform that has for over a decade shaped critical conversations about our country's development. I want to use this opportunity to commend the organizers, BNFT, for championing this. As a bank that believes progress is not just financial, but human, Fidelity is to once again support this forum. This year's theme, currency value addition, a reset for sustainable economic stability, invites us to think deeply about one simple question. What gives our currency its real value? Is it the paper it's printed on, the reserves behind it, the productivity that sustains it? The answer, I believe, lies in the last. The value we create, the goods we produce, and the innovation we nurture. Today, I want to talk about how we as a financial community can help forge these pillars stronger than ever before. There's a tale of two economies. I mean, if you look at the economy, it looks as if it's of two different stories. And I'll take them one by one. The data we have for 2020 is encouraging. Our economy grew by a robust 6.3% in the second quarter. Headline inflation down to single digits of 9.4. I remember years back of about 50%, now 9.4. The pace of price increases is slowing. Interest rates are beginning to ease, and our CD, thanks to strategic intervention and growing reserves, has shown remarkable resilience recently. And I do remember very well, like Kwame said at yesterday's program, Her Excellency made mention of how well the currency was doing. And she made one comment that it is not just performing, but it's soaring. But behind it, I heard someone saying that CD Napeke. So, Your Excellency, I'll continue your statement for you by saying that CD Napeke. On the surface of this is a story of successful stabilization. But as leaders, our job is to look beneath the surface. When we do, we find a paradox. One economy largely service-driven is expanding rapidly. In fact, it contributes nearly 42% of our GDP. The other real productive economy of farms, factories, and processing plants is growing, but not at the same pace, and crucially, not at the same level of financial support. Let's consider this. That's from the banking point of view. The service sector receives about 36.8% of all bank credits. Banks are focused on the service sector. And I'll explain why banks go into more of the service sector than the other productive sectors. Manufacturing, about 12.4. Agric, which employs a significant portion of our population and holds immense potential for value addition, receives just a fraction of that. We have a powerful economic vehicle, but the power isn't distributed evenly to all its wheels. This imbalance creates a vulnerability and brings us to the heart of today's conversation, the CD. The data points to the stubborn challenge, and that is risk. And I'm explaining why banks do not fund so much of the agri sector. The agri sector, for instance, has the highest non-performing loan ratio of about 54.2%. For any banker, that is a daunting number. It creates a cycle of caution. High risk leads to less lending, which leads to underinvestment, which in turn perpetuates the very risks we fear. To achieve a true economic reset, we must break the cycle. We cannot simply hope for change, we must engineer it. And in Fidelity, that's what we're doing. And I'll explain into just two things that we're doing, two initiatives. And there are very more to come. We are no more going to be the gatekeeper looking at just the numbers, but be the farmer, be the gardener by supporting businesses. At Fidelity Bank, we believe in responsibility. It's not just to lend, but partner in the risking. Building these foundational pillars of our economy, the high-risk perception of sectors like agriculture is not going to be resolved by the traditional loan products. Let me share two stories. The first one is we have a product or a program known as the Bridge in Agriculture. In partnership with MasterCard Foundation, this is a 5-year holistic initiative To date, we have disbursed over 94 million cedis to SMEs and smallholders, with a sharp focus on youth and women entrepreneurs. But the funding is just one part. We pair it with technical assistance, training in climate smart practices, and access to markets. So we do not just give them fish, but we also teach them how to fish. So what we do is we fund, we help you go through by giving you technical advice. We do that in collaboration with other technical parties. And then we give you the market. We help you assess the market, because there's no point you completing the whole chain, part of the chain, and not having access to the market. So that's what we call the value chain. In addition to this, we have provided 220 million cedis this year to direct lending to the agriculture sector, bringing that total support to the sector to about 314 million. Our collaboration with the Federation of Association of Ghana Exporters further demonstrates our commitment to supporting agriculture businesses through the Exports Club, which equips exporters and horticultural farmers to access finance, trade insights, and the global market linkages. The second one we're doing is known as the Green Tech Innovation Challenge. We threw a question out there, a simple question to youth. What if we could bet on the brilliant, innovative minds of our youth to solve some of the culture's biggest challenges? That was a question we threw out to them, and the feedback was positive. This initiative identified young entrepreneurs with ideas in precision agriculture, post-harvest management, and the value chain optimization. With our investment last year to cover funding and incubation, we provided 1.3 million cedis grant funding to 17 entrepreneurs. And in less than 1 year, the results have been remarkable. So far, the first cohort of 17 businesses, we've seen 13.48 million. So we put in 1.3 and we got 10 times, tenfold. So 13.4 in terms of revenue from that. Not for ourselves, but for the young, innovative minds. This created 49 new jobs, and 536,000 was also raised as additional capital, and over 900 farmers impacted through technologies like solar dryers, automated cashew nut separators, organic fertilizers. We have some of these beneficiaries expand into Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Why am I saying this? We're looking at the productive sector. We are used to our usual oil, gold, and other commodities. But like I said in the beginning, agric is where we have to look at. And how do we do that? And that's a bank. We're doing very well by just picking out the young ones and supporting them and making sure that the whole value chain is taken care of. We do not just look at the primary farming, but we look at what is it need for the youth. After planting, do they need technical assistance? They need the market. They need the value chain. And as an institution, we are here to do that, and we're already doing that for them. Now, the way forward is as simple as this. We need to be collective. There should be a collective call to action. The progress on inflation now at 9.4 and the potential for lower interest rates gives us a window of opportunity. We must use this moment not just for consumption, but for strategic investment. As we reset, here is what we must do together. And the first is this. We've identified 4 places that we should be looking at. One is to de-risk the real economy by looking at our high NPL ratios in productive sectors as a shared challenge. We need stronger public-private partnerships, PPP, to create blended finance models, loan guarantees, and agriculture insurance products that shield our farmers and entrepreneurs from unforeseen shocks. The government's big push in agricultural machinery is a welcome step. Let's partner to finance the entire value chain around this. The second is promoting export-oriented value chains linked to the foreign exchange generation. Firms must be supported to upgrade to export-ready standards: quality, packaging, logistics, and certification. At Fidelity, we are doing this through the export clubs, but we need to do more in linking lending to export potential. For instance, offering lower costs for projects that generate foreign exchange. The government and banks need to collaborate to reduce bottlenecks in logistics, customs, power, infrastructure, so that value-added production is globally competitive. The third is leveraging on the green and inclusive financing as a dual mission. Financing smart, climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, women and youth-led enterprises is not only social responsibility, but economically strategic. They often unlock new value chains and reduce import costs and increase job creation. The last bit is we should build measurement and accountability into the value chain. We have to track not just the volumes of credit, but the nature of what is financed. Value-added outputs, export earnings, job created, especially for the youth and women, environmental impacts, and the use of data to highlight the clear link between financing productive sectors and the currency outcome. And in conclusion, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, the theme chosen captures the foundational truth. The strength of our currency, the stability of our economy, and the prosperity of our people depend on how well we create value in our industries, how well we deploy finance into productive transformation, how well we integrate energy, manufacturing, and agriculture into the cohesive energy of growth. At Fidelity, we are committed to being part of this engine. We do not seek to simply lend. We seek to partner, to invest in and build the Ghana we want, where our currency is strong, our industries are vibrant, our youth and women are empowered, our exports rising, and our growth sustainable. On this note, I invite all stakeholders to join this research agenda. Let us frame our discussion not in terms of how do we support the sectors, but rather how do we transform our economy. The data shows the path and the window of opportunities open. The question now is, will we act with purpose, alignment, and speed? The market is not waiting. The global market is moving way ahead of us. The question now again is, will we act with purpose, alignment, and speed? Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion and working together towards this research. Thank you very much for your time.
We're grateful to Mr. Kwabena Boateng, the Deputy Managing Director for Wholesale Banking at Fidelity Bank. Please help me appreciate him with another round of applause. Would once again like to say a very big thank you to all of our media partners who are helping us send the good word to the rest of the country, the rest of the continent, and for that matter, different parts of the world. Your Excellency, Ni, Board Chair, Chairman for the occasion, friends from industry, friends from the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. Decades ago, a young lady was born to a Ghanaian family, had her own dreams, had her own upbringing, and had the opportunity to experience education in this country. Fast forward, she found herself on the campus of Wesley Girls High School, a place where she was taught to live pure, speak truth, live right, and follow the king. Of course, she ran with this mantra along into tertiary education and found herself fully equipped to face all the challenges of the future. It was to be that at a certain time in her life, she was called to the high office of becoming Vice Chancellor of one of Ghana's main universities, the University of Cape Coast. At that time, she had also risen to set a very, very important precedent of becoming the very first woman to attain that high office. Most importantly, before assuming that position, she had contributed greatly to the provision of human resource and traces her products all over this country in various sectors of our lives. Later on in life, ladies and gentlemen, politics came calling as a form of a call to higher public service. She diligently executed her duties as Minister for Education. And of course, some of the key interventions that we see in the sector today are as a result of her sound leadership. In the midst of all of these, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she has found herself leading various conversations, especially that of charging women to take their true place in our society. Today, we find women taking their true place in industry, in academia, and in other aspects of our national lives. Yesterday, she was at the celebration of the city at 60, and of course, our currency is a major part of the conversations we're having today. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please help me welcome our guest of honor, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who's also acting President of the Republic, to now deliver the keynote address.
Ghana, oh, yeah, Ghana, oh, yeah.
Please take your seats. The chair of the occasion, Mr. Edward Annan, Nime and Name, they're here. Please allow me to refer to the protocol established and to wish everyone a good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm thankful for the invitation to meet at this edition of the Ghana Economic Forum. By continuing to host this platform, the Business and Financial Times offers an avenue for meaningful dialogue about our economy. Previous generations recognized that selling one's means of livelihood may bring a brief benefit, but ultimately it will lead to hardship. In other words, short-term comfort should never come at the cost of long-term stability. The same lesson applies to our currency and our economy. It is the very reason that we are resetting our economy. Today's theme, currency stability, a reset for sustainable economic growth, calls for the same wisdom. Just yesterday, we launched the 60th anniversary of the cedi with the Bank of Ghana. The cedi is our legal tender, which represents our discipline, productivity, and the choices we make as a nation. The value of the cedi is determined by hard work and trust from people and institutions. What we celebrated yesterday was a commemoration of our national efforts and endurance. When the cedi weakens, it is not only economists who feel the pain. Every household suffers the consequences. When the cedi is stable and the economy is calm, inflation slows, credit becomes cheaper, and households feel secure. This is why macroeconomic stability must not be dismissed as a simple, abstract achievement. Ghana's monetary story holds many chapters, from the British pound and the changes brought about by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah through the redomination of 2007 till now. Throughout these chapters, we have learned that when we depend too heavily on raw exports and excessively on imports, and when we fail to discipline our fiscal habits, the cedi pays the price. Today, through prudent expenditure cuts, strengthened internal controls, and sound financial management, our economy is restoring confidence, rebuilding value, and achieving tangible economic gains. And as our speaker said and quoted somebody yesterday, cedi no apik. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of 2025 is one of cautious hope. The cedi has strengthened significantly, recovering from the turbulence of a few years ago when it was named the worst performing currency globally. Inflation soared, and today we have 9.4%. And I think yesterday I made a mistake by referring to 13 point something percent, and I apologize for that. Indeed, the current picture is more optimistic now than we had a couple of months ago. And our gold reserves have multiplied. Agreements with creditors have eased debt distress. The fiscal reforms are beginning to bear fruit. These are not miracles. They are the outcomes of deliberate, disciplined choices. The Bank of Ghana's careful policies, stronger export performance, and the Gold Board initiative, which ensures our gold directly strengthens our own reserves, have helped to increase confidence both at home and abroad. Investors are returning. However, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the time for complacency. It is a time for consolidation. To make this recovery durable, we must do a few things. First, we must add value to what we produce. The cedi will never be as strong as it should be if we continue to export, for example, cocoa beans instead of chocolate, bauxite instead of aluminum, and gold dust instead of jewelry. And we are happy that the Cocoa Board and the Gold Board are leading reforms to fix this. Every stage of processing that happens in Ghana keeps value here, strengthens our cedi, creates jobs, and adds to our dignity as a people. Our farmers, artisans, and other professionals deserve to see the full reward of their labor at home. Additionally, we must empower small businesses and our youth. Are the youth here today? They didn't come. You are the lifeblood of our economy. Through training, de-risk lending, and targeted support, we will unlock entrepreneurship and innovation. And I know that the youth will be up to the task. Or you don't think you will be up to that task? These commitments form the architecture of sustainable currency value and the foundation of national economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, stability is not a gift. It is a sign of discipline. It is built on habits such as paying taxes regularly and honestly, producing more than we consume, demanding accountability from all citizens, working together for the common good, and investing in our own capacity to add value. Our partnership with international institutions must always serve Ghana's interests. We welcome cooperation, but we must never trade away our productive capacity or our self-respect. True sovereignty is not an isolation. It is the courage to make difficult choices for posterity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an array of fields, our factories, and classrooms, and our policies will help the city stand steady, and we will all be the better for it. I want to thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Your Excellency, would like to say a very big thank you to you for gracing the occasion. And also, as we go along, I'd like to now welcome the Board Chair of Business and Financial Times, Dr. Edith Dankwa, and of course the CEO. Shall we do a big round of applause for them? And then respectfully, I would like to welcome Mr. Edward Annan, the chairperson for the forum, and also Noche Ni Note, who the fourth, to join us. Thank you very much. A special presentation will be made to Her Excellency at this time. Would also like to respectfully have the Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, our lead sponsor, Mr. Kwabena Boateng. Shall we do a big round of applause for him as he makes his way here onto the stage? And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now I'll hand over to Dr. Edith Dankwa for a few words as we do this symbolic presentation to Her Excellency.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Indeed, we are honored to have you deliver the keynote address. On behalf of the Management Board of Business and Financial Times and the Secretariat of the Ghana Economic Forum, would like to thank you and appreciate you for joining us this morning to open the Ghana Economic Forum. We have a small token to show our appreciation and to say a very big thank you. Thank you for honoring our invitation and for making us all proud. Thank you very much.
So at this time, would like to once again say a very big thank you to Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for delivering our keynote address and being the special guest of honor for this opening of the Ghana Economic Forum 2025. Of course, considering that other national matters are pulling in different directions, we'd like to say a very big thank you and a goodbye. Your Excellency, we're grateful to you. Thank you very much. We'll do a quick song from the multiple award-winning Kwampa at this time. Thank you.
Yengaraya sasini, eya boden de mayen, mujana na numshiye gunya de to homayen. Edomene was so, say be atuaso, nimdian trason konton grane ape se min kuminya. Edie brem dem amaya saseho, no atom se. Omano sebe yo, omano sebe yo. Eyense na ose, oman fura neche, omano sebe yo, omano sebe yo. Eyense na ose, oman fura neche. Missy young araya sassini, eya boarding de mayen, mujana na numshi gunya de to homayen. Edomene was so, say a baby at us. Nimdian trason konton grane ape se min kuminya. Edie brem dem amaya saseho no atom se. Omano sebe yo, omano sebe yo. Eyense na ose, oman fura neche. Omano sebe yo, omano sebe yo. Eyense na ose, oman fura neche. Missing moment munsem, nyewe yasem. Na dream one opa, every numerina. Say ori bumpaya, eya kaigana. Sre unyankopon, fagana shenesa. Enona uyo mambapa, enona uodo odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwa, odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwa liya, missing moment yibonsem, nyewe yasem. Na dream one opa, every numerina. Seuri bompaya, eya kaigana. Sre unyankopon, fagana shenensa. Enona uyo mambapa, enona uodo odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwa, odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwa, odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwani, every odo maoma. Enwara na yeshishe, odo maoma. Enwani.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'll take a key message from our lead sponsor.
In the heart of Ghana's growing economy, Fidelity Bank stands as a pillar of trust and innovation, proudly the largest privately owned Ghanaian bank with deep local roots and a global perspective. We have journeyed alongside businesses and institutions, providing the tools and expertise to fuel their growth. At the center of this mission is Fidelity's corporate and institutional banking division, where we partner with organizations that shape Ghana's future.
At Fidelity Bank, we take pride in our local roots and the gains that we've made over the years, and recognize that the growth of businesses is directly tied to the prosperity of Ghana. Our corporate and institutional banking division provides the highest standard of financial solutions, empowering organizations of all sizes to thrive. From local corporations to multinationals, embassies, and public institutions, our aim is to be more than just a bank, but a strategic partner in every journey.
Our local corporate banking desk is a testament to Fidelity Bank's commitment to fostering indigenous growth. As a Ghanaian bank, we have a deep understanding of the unique and dynamic traits of Ghanaian businesses. By partnering with locally owned enterprises, we deliver solutions that add exceptional value, supporting the ambitions of companies that drive the nation's economy. Together on this journey, we aim to achieve great things.
The focus within local corporate banking is on providing tailored products that understand and anticipate the unique needs of our local corporates.
Testimonials from companies like Dalex, we witness how Fidelity's local corporate clients benefit from our relationship-driven approach, allowing them to expand their footprints and realize their visions.
It's too simple to call Fidelity a partner. A partner, Fidelity has been in here with us through tough times and good times. Fidelity is our go-to bank for each and every issue. We plan our strategy with Fidelity. Fidelity talks to us. I have to talk about the period 2013 to 2018, that 5-year period. It was a period of tremendous growth in Dalex. Compound annual growth rate for Dalex was over 45%. And what happened was that at each time Fidelity was there, and that was very important in a lot of ways. We are a financial institution ourselves, but we are not a bank. And the banking system that was behind that growth was Fidelity Bank.
At the local corporate desk of Fidelity Bank, we aim to become the established bank of choice for every local corporate operating in Ghana. To deliver this, we are looking at customer-centric products which add exceptional value to indigenous local corporates and organizations within Ghana. Some of the major milestones that we've achieved include being the first bank to roll out loyalty cards with the #1 retail outlet in Ghana, that is Melcom. We have taken part in major syndications with the likes of Central Oil, and we're also the bank for the largest MTO in Ghana by way of funding of sole distribution of MTN airtime in Ghana. We are also one of the main funding partners for the first ever pulp to paper conversion entity, that is Triton in Ghana. We are the main partner for the Eastern Corridor Railway and Takoradi Port expansion projects.
Fidelity Bank's corporate and institutional banking division is more than just a financial partner. We are a strategic ally to organizations that make a difference, from supporting local businesses to multinational corporations and financial institutions. Fidelity Bank is here to empower growth, create value, and build a prosperous future for all.
Our commitment to support businesses and corporations goes beyond transactions. It includes leveraging on insights from the operating environment and curating solutions that solve their current and anticipated financial demands. We are here for the journey, empowering our clients to realize their full potential and helping them shape the future of Ghana's economy.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our lead sponsor and partner, Fidelity Bank. Shall we hear it for them, ladies and gentlemen? In our traditional setting, ladies and gentlemen, whenever anybody embarks on any measure within a certain geographical area, they require the blessings of the custodians of the land. Today, Noche, Professor Ni Nortey Owuo IV, has asked me to convey his blessings to the Ghana Economic Forum and also sends his best wishes as we go through these celebrations. Of course, issues of the stool have decided to pull him away for a few moments, but he sure will be monitoring us from a distance. So this is where we say a very big thank you to Noche, Professor Ni Nortey Owuo IV, President of the Osu Stool Council. Shall we do a big round of applause as he takes leave of us? Ni, may you live long, and we're very grateful to you for the consistent support. Shall we do one more big round of applause? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the central bank and its operations within our economy is one very crucial one. Today, The central bank is here also to add to the conversations that we're having as we look forward to currency stability and a proper reset for economic growth. The governor of the central bank, Dr. Johnson Isiama, has duly delegated his key advisor, Dr. John Kwache, to bring us a message on his behalf. Shall we do a big round of applause as we welcome Dr. John Kwache, advisor to the governor of the central bank.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I stand on all protocols. I wish to, well, I'm reading the governor's speech for him as his advisor. I wish to acknowledge our hosts, the reliable and insightful team at Business and Financial Times, our distinguished co-organizers and sponsors, the many leaders from Ghana's private sector, international partners, and the many policymakers, financiers, and academics here with us today. Your presence underscores how important this forum is. The 14th Ghana Economic Forum is more than a meeting. It is one of our country's most vital platforms for open and frank national economic dialogue. The theme for this year's GEF, Currency Stability, a Reset for Sustainable Economic Growth, could not be timelier, as we at the Bank of Ghana just launched the CD at 60 celebration. The stability of our currency mirrors how well our economy works, how trust is built and maintained, and how our people's aspirations are translated into action. Now, let me begin by framing where we stand, because this point in Ghana's story was hard-earned. Just 2 years ago, the economy was under strain. Inflation has soared above 50%, confidence had eroded, and the CD was sliding. But through a disciplined blend of fiscal restraint, credible monetary policy, and coordinated reforms, that tide has turned. Today, the evidence of recovery is not abstract. It is visible, measurable, and real. Growth has rebounded sharply. In the second quarter of 2025, Ghana's GDP expanded by 6.3%, up from 5.7% a year earlier, driven mainly by the dynamism of the services and agricultural sectors. Non-oil GDP grew even faster at 7.8%, reflecting a broader base of activity across the economy. The Composite Index of Economic Activity, measured by the Bank of Ghana, also rose by 6.1% year-on-year in July, compared to just 1.9% in the same period last year. Proof that both business and confidence and consumer confidence are returning. Now, inflation, once our greatest vulnerability, has been brought firmly down under control. From a peak of over 54% in late 2022, it has now fallen to 9.4% in September 2025. The first time in 4 years that inflation has re-entered Bank of Ghana's medium-term target band of 8 plus or minus 2%. This disinflation reflects a combination of tight monetary policy, improved food supply, and restored policy credibility. Inflation expectations, as measured by recent surveys, are now firmly anchored. The external sector has strengthened dramatically. In the first 8 months of this year, Ghana recorded a trade surplus of $6.2 billion, nearly 3 times that of last year, buoyed by higher gold and cocoa receipts. As a result, the current account balance is projected to post a surplus of 5% of GDP by the end of the year. Reserves have risen to over $12 billion, over 4.5 months of import cover, while the cedi, once under relentless pressure, has appreciated by over 37% year to date, reversing the 19% depreciation recorded in 2024. Now, these outcomes reflect not luck, but design. Prudent liquidity management, fiscal consolidation, and a steady buildup of market confidence. This turnaround has not happened by chance. It is the product of a deliberate, coordinated reset anchored in partnership between the Bank of Ghana, the Ministry of Finance, the IMF, and the private sector. The IMF-supported ECF program provided the structure. Sound macroeconomic management provided the substance. What we are witnessing today is more than a recovery. It is a reset of confidence. Ghana is rebuilding credibility, re-anchoring expectations, and shifting from short-term stabilization to long-term productive transformation. Now, the pertinent issue is sustaining the value of the currency. Obviously, here, stability is key. When the cedi holds its ground, it is more than a technical outcome. It is a signal of policy credibility and disciplined governance. The recent appreciation of nearly 40% against the US dollar is not merely a market swing. It reflects belief in the country's direction, trust in its central bank, and the hard work of institutions that kept the policy anchor steady. Stability itself is value if it lowers risk premium, reduces the cost of borrowing, and provides the predictability investors need to plan ahead. A strong economy is not just a defensive achievement. It is a symbol of institutional strength and national confidence. But production or productivity is crucial in safeguarding both the value and stability of the currency. Indeed, stability without production or productivity is hollow. A currency derives its enduring worth from what a nation produces and sells to the world. Ghana's fundamentals, gold, cocoa, and oil, remain vital. But the next phase of our growth must come from our value addition. And we heard the Vice President stress this. We must refine our gold, process our cocoa, and manufacture more of what we consume. The passage of the Gold Board Act 2025 marks an important shift. It centralizes gold trading and export, formalizes the value chain, and links our mineral wealth directly to our reserve strategy. This is how currency value becomes tangible when national resources translate into national assets. Also important is protecting the value and stability of the currency is innovation, how technology amplifies trust and efficiency in our financial system. Through initiatives like the ECD pilot, expansion of digital payments infrastructure, and new regulatory frameworks for fintechs, and virtual asset service providers, the Bank of Ghana is building the digital rails of tomorrow's economy. These efforts reduce transaction costs, promote transparency, and bring more Ghanaians into the formal financial system. Innovation, when combined with stability and production, turns resilience into competitiveness and ensures that the value of the cedi reflects not just yesterday's exports, but tomorrow's possibilities. In sum, the currency value rests on these three interlocking pillars: stability, production, and innovation. Each reinforces the others. Stability without production is unsustainable. Production without innovation stagnates. And innovation without stability risks volatility. Our task collectively is to nurture all three, because when we do, the value of the cedi will no longer need a defending. It will speak for itself as a reflection of a productive, confident, and forward-looking nation. Now, the question before us is simple yet profound. How does Bank of Ghana translate this new stability into lasting structural change? As the nation's monetary anchor, the bank stands uniquely at the intersection of policy, regulation, and real economic outcomes. Our task is no longer just to stabilize markets. It is to reshape for long-term resilience. I will highlight a few strategic initiatives that define this next phase, each connecting directly to the idea of currency value, productive growth, and innovation. The Bank of Ghana's role today goes beyond stabilizing markets. It is about reshaping them for long-term resilience. Through disciplined, data-driven monetary policy, inflation has fallen, as we said, to 9.4%, restoring credibility and anchoring expectations. The banking sector has regained strength, with capital adequacy at 18.8% and profitability returning, allowing credit to flow again to productive sectors. Under the new Gold Board Act, gold has been transformed from a simple export commodity into a strategic reserve asset, bolstering the cedi with real domestic value. Transparent FX auctions and spot sales have brought discipline to currency operations, contributing to the cedi's 37% appreciation and renewed market confidence. At the same time, new frameworks are directing long-term financing to manufacturing, agro-processing, and green projects that build capacity and sustain growth. Together, these measures signal a central bank moving beyond defense to empowerment, turning stability into productivity and credibility into lasting national value. Now, the challenge ahead. Now, ladies and gentlemen, having celebrated our progress, we must confront a sobering truth. Stability is fragile, and history offers no permanent guarantees. The gains we have achieved are not trophies to display. They are responsibilities to defend. Three structural challenges stand before us. First, global shocks. We remain a small open economy, exposed to external winds that can shift abruptly. The World Bank's August 2025 economic update projects Ghana's growth to moderate from 5.7% in 2024 to 3.9% in 2025 as global demand cools and financing conditions tighten. A dip in commodity prices, especially gold and cocoa, or geopolitical disruptions in energy markets could easily erode our recent gains. The global environment reminds us that resilience must be built, not borrowed. Second, domestic production constraints, particularly in energy. Our industrial base cannot thrive on intermittent power or high tariffs. Analysis by the Clean Air Task Force, June 2025, highlight persistent inefficiencies in the electricity value chain, legacy debt, tariff misalignment, and operational bottlenecks. Without structural reform, the sector's funding gap, estimated at $2.2 billion for 2025, will continue to weigh on fiscal space and industrial competitiveness. Currency stability ultimately is not sustained by interventions, but by production. And production depends on reliable, affordable energy. Third, the political economy of discipline. As we enter an election cycle, the temptation to ease fiscal controls is real. Yet, as the World Bank cautioned, Ghana's recovery hinges on maintaining credible consolidation. Fiscal slippage, no matter how well-intentioned, could undo hard-won confidence, raise interest rates, and put renewed pressure on the cedi. The discipline that restores stability must now mature into a culture that treats stability not as a phase, but as a shared national ethic. So this is not a time for self-congratulation. It is a time for collective vigilance. Every ministry that sets spending priorities, every boardroom that allocates capital, and every household that makes financial choices is in a sense a custodian of the cedi. The currency's value tomorrow will reflect the prudence, productivity, and purpose we display today. As we look ahead, one message ought to be loud and clear. No single actor can pull this off alone. The transformation we seek is inherently collaborative. First, let me commend the private sector. You have stepped up in the revival of the capital markets, in investment in renewable and transition energy projects, in fintech innovation and SME growth. Your dynamism matters, but this must be complemented by strong collaboration across three pillars. First, government, policy consistency, clarity of regulation, predictable frameworks for business and investment. Now, banks and financial institutions channeling credit into the productive sectors, into manufacturing, value chain exports, and green finance, not simply into short-term speculation. Academia and research institutions building the skills, the innovation, the technology-driven platforms that allow us to leap forward rather than catch up. In this spirit, the Bank of Ghana stands ready. We open our doors to dialogue and innovation partnerships. We invite you, industry, academia, global partners, to shape pilot programs, fintech sandboxes, industrial finance frameworks aligned with Ghana's sustainability, value addition, and industrial goals. Let us be clear. Currency strength is as much about what we build together as we regulate. Bank of Ghana regulates alone. Our value addition agenda depends on collaboration, coordination, and shared responsibility. Now, in closing, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us draw things together with both pride and purpose. We stand today at a remarkable juncture for our nation. Our economy is not just returning to normal. It is refocusing, rebuilding, and resetting. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, is no longer simply a medium of exchange. It is a representation of our collective ambition. It stands for confidence restored, productivity revived, and national purpose renewed. But let me emphasize one final point. The strength of the cedi is not guaranteed by decree. It is earned by every day by what we do. It is earned every day by what we do. It is earned by the worker in the factory line, by the innovator writing codes in Accra, by the farmer in the field processing value-added cocoa, by the boardroom choosing long-term investment over short-term gain. It is earned by every household choosing to save in Ghana's currency because it believes the cedi will hold value, not just tomorrow, but for the next decade. With stability, production, and innovation as our pillars, with partnership as our mode, and with vigilance as our ethic, Ghana's currency can once again be a source of national pride. Let this forum mark the moment where we move from stabilization to transformation, where the cedi is not simply defended but empowered. Thank you all for your attention. I look forward to the dialogue ahead and to the partnerships we forge together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. John Kwabena Kwakye is lead advisor to the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana. Shall we do a big round of applause in acknowledging him? Very striking indeed, and he tells us that the revival of the cedi is not by decree, but by what we do as a collective. We're very grateful to you once again, Dr. Kwakye. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moderating our very first session is a seasoned journalist with a minimum of 22 years of experience in broadcast journalism. He's currently lead editor of the Joy News brand at the Multimedia Group and serves various platforms when it comes to current affairs and news. He's the host of PM Express on the Joy News channel, which is also on channel 421 on DSTV, and also the host of Newsnight, which is the major news bulletin which runs in the evenings on Joy 99.7 FM. Our moderator is also a fine product of St. Thomas Aquinas Senior High School, who are one of the rated educational institutions in the ongoing National Science and Maths Quiz. And of course, the CEO also happens to be an old Tom. Well, you can do a round of applause for them. We, the gentlemen of St. Augustine's College, are very sportsmanly. Back on the rail, ladies and gentlemen. Aside St. Thomas Aquinas, he also traces his roots to the London School of Economics, where he's added a lot in terms of value. He has called a minimum of 4 elections on the very globally followed coverage on Joy News over the years, and has also covered the US elections. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our moderator for the first session, Evans Mensah.
God is an old Tom, God is an old Tom, God is an old Tom. God is an old Tom, God is an old Tom, God is an old Tom.
God indeed is an old Tom. And Nat, thank you very much. Let's have this conversation now. And it's at the heart of everything else we've heard this morning. Resetting Ghana's currency and financial framework, building resilience beyond the IMF program. My panel, Honorable Seth Terkper, he's joining me via Zoom. Uncle Seth, thank you very much for joining us. He's a former finance minister. Also joining me on stage is Professor Patrick Esuming. He's an economist at the University of Ghana Business School. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way up here. I'm also delighted that I'll be joined by Ms. Abena Amoah. He is the Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Abena, thank you very much. Dr. Ishmael Dodu is a Director and Head of Innovative Finance, Partnership and Markets, 24-Hour Economy Secretariat. Great to have you. Also joining me is Mr. Beneza Mankwa Minka. He is Executive Director of the Center
for Economic Research and Policy Analysis. Ebenezer, thank you very much. And this next panel member, I like so much because anytime he joins me on set, he has something really out of the box to say. Joe Jackson, the Chief Executive Officer, Dalex Finance. Joe, thank you very much. And then, Dr. Humphrey Yim Dake is the President of the Association of Ghana Industries. And an applause to him too. Thank you, gentlemen and lady, for joining this panel. And I'll start with you, Patrick Isuman. I mean, the cedi this year has performed wonders. We've heard about the 37% appreciation. It's actually now on course to record its first ever annual appreciation against the US dollar since the redenomination. First, assess for me the fundamentals backing the cedi miracle.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we've heard someone say this morning that it's not a miracle, and that, you know, it is the result of sound policies. I think that we can trace it to primarily what has happened to policy and also a bit of external factors. So you notice that when the new administration took over, there's been some changes sort of in both the fiscal and monetary management. From the fiscal side, we've seen a different shape of consolidation by way of restraining government spending. So we've moved a little, even though we are doing the consolidation, the focus has changed a little bit from more revenue by way of additional tax handles to restraining government spending. So I think that has helped. Then we also see from the monetary side, we started with a little bit of tightening in March, and we've kind of moved to easing. But what we cannot discount is that one of our major export items, gold, is doing extremely well. Gold prices are at a historical high. And starting back from the gold purchase program, we've seen that our gold reserves have multiplied. So if you combine the fact that the gold reserves have multiplied and gold prices are doing extremely well, and I think especially earlier in the year, some of our other export items are also doing quite well, then it means that we have been in a position to more than outperform our IMF targets, and also the central bank has been able to sort of use some of the reserves to support the cedi. I think I see Dr. Kwachi looking at me, but I think it's clear that, you know, the ability to use some of the reserves has helped put us in a position. So I think at the main, you think that these are more or less some of the shorter term things that we can do to strengthen the cedi. But I'm also happy that he said it is stability, production, and innovation. So I think that what we really have to look forward to is the steps that we are going to do the structural transformation, but also to ensure that the fiscal improvement is more grounded in structural reforms, both on the fiscal side, as well as structural reforms in terms of the productive sector. We've heard from the chair, from the vice president, and also from the governor, we've heard about the importance of value addition.
Yeah, and we'll spend some time analyzing that. Eben, do you agree with the assessment of those fundamentals?
First of all, thank you. God is not a Tom, he's an Odadia. But like Her Excellency said, it's cautious hope. We want to tread cautiously. Whatever he's saying is partly true, but how to sustain it is why we are here. The sustainability is key. Short-term interventions to ensure that the city is stable makes a lot of sense, but long-term interventions to ensure that that sustainability is there is a conversation that we should hold very strong in this few days, because how long can we keep helping the city to be stable? That's the question that we should be asking ourselves.
And Joe, weigh in on that for me. On the same question of the fundamentals, we're obviously going to be talking about how do you ensure resilience and long-term stability over a period. So this boom and bust that we go to, weakness and strength, is a thing of the past, but you have one sustained long-term stability. But currently we're enjoying some positive. We're talking about 37% appreciation. As I said at the beginning, you're long-term still looking at its appreciation, first annual appreciation really, since redenomination. So those are positives. I want you to tap into your expertise in dealers finance and the work that you do in the financial sector. How do you assess the fundamentals that have anchored this performance in the last few months?
Thank you very much. And well, first of all, we have to admit that the headwinds have been good. So we've enjoyed a beneficial environment. But we also cannot discount the discipline, the fiscal discipline, and the what I would call sacrifice that has gone to make this not just something that the headwinds have blown us into, but something that we can start to realize. But at this moment, I think that the key thing is to look at our current situation slightly differently. And if I may, with your permission, quote from the Bible. It says, "Go to the ant, you sluggard. Without a master, they store in harvest." That's the challenge we have to face now. That we are in a good season. This is our season of harvest. Harvest from the price of gold. Harvest from the good winds that are blowing in our sector globally. This is the time to increase the reserves to unprecedented level. This is the time to put aside a fund that will help us out when the difficult times surely come. You know, whilst I was seated, I heard the Vice President say something, and I was so glad I quickly tweeted it out, put it out on X. She said, "We should not let our short-term comfort be at the expense of our long-term growth." For me, that sums up the situation we are in now. We can be here talking about the good times, talking about how fantastic everything is. But what are we doing to put aside enough? And every time we hear pressures coming from the cedi should drop to what I've heard some people quote as low as 9. The central bank should intervene more. It has me frightened, because what do we do when the winds turn from being in our favor? So,
and let me bring an industry. And you're right when you quote and Humphrey, this is to you when the Vice President talks about cautious hope. For industry, though, what's the look? How are you looking at this? Are you looking at it? Because I want to quote something that was interesting. When the communications minister was going through the process of trying to get DSTV to reduce the prices. One of the letters that DSTV wrote one of the love letters that DSTV wrote to him was to say, well, we know what the CD does, and our perspective is that we should wait out this a lot longer and see if this indeed is sustainable over a period. For industry, are you seeing this as a beginning of something long term, for which reason you're beginning to put in greater investment to production because it's going to sustain you for the long term, or you are also being cautiously hopeful?
Thank you, Evans, and good morning, and congratulations to BFT. Are we looking to this in the long term or in the short term? You look at the variables. Currently, evidently, yes, the exchange rate is performing, the inflationary rates are dropping. Then the next flip side is what is the cost of energy? Is this significant? Is this stable? When you contextualize it with your neighboring partners in the sub-region, what comes out? Are we being competitive? Then when you stretch it to another variable that we expect to drop, however, it's still stagnant, gives us a cause to worry, the cost of funding. And that's where DLX and its associates come in. What is the trigger? Because to us, granted that the exchange rate and the inflationary rates are trending downwards, is this sufficient basis for you to reflect that on your pricing? Are there other cost elements that are deterrent to that cost? And cost of funding is so significant in the equation. You go on beyond that, other related ones are the tax elements. And we're waiting patiently for November the 13th to see the strategy of the Minister of Finance regarding issues of taxation. So once you see these elements playing out, yes, reasonability and stability element of growth we're still observing, because this will give you further confidence to determine the trends in pricing, as the DSTV gentleman was suggesting to the communication minister, that we're waiting to see what the next action is. So I was excited to hear the governor's speech indicated the political economy and the fiscal discipline that are another red flags that we're looking out for whilst you seek to exit the IMF. So these are the variables that we're looking at to give us further confidence, and then you could see the impact on industry with other related specific interventions, selected sectors to drive up productivity.
And Abuna, you can expand on that for me from the investor point of view. What are you seeing? How are investors responding to this sustained period of strength?
Thank you very much, Evans, and congratulations to Edith Godwin and the entire BNFT team again for 14 years of GEF. In terms of the growth of the economy, we talk about the exchange rate, inflation, etc. But I'd like to share some statistics from the Ghana Stock Exchange with all of you. So far this year, the GSE's composite index, which measures the performance of the market, is up over 70% in Ghana cedi terms and about 90% in US dollar terms, making us probably one of the best performing markets in the entire world so far this year. And that's on our equities market. We also run the Ghana fixed income market, and we are seeing a doubling of volumes traded on that market. Another signal we are seeing is that the pipeline of companies that are interested in sourcing financing using the GSE is growing and is getting stronger. We launched a commercial paper market that helps companies raise short-term debt capital. And we had our first issuance on that market this year. Federated Commodities, a licensed buying cocoa company, came and raised funds on our market at 17%, 150 days money, at the time that their equivalent financing, working capital, was 27% at other sources. So what we are seeing at the exchange is also optimism, cautious optimism. There are still challenges. What we need is more companies to access capital. Today, On our markets, we have pension funds who have 100 billion Ghana cedis contributed by industry and government in terms of tier 2, tier 3, and tier 1 long-term capital savings, which is available as capital, whether you want to raise it in equity, in a corporate bond, in a commercial paper, or in a social bond or a green bond, sustainable bonds. And we've provided all these platforms for the market to access these. But we need sustained macroeconomic environment. That is what the potential issuers tell us, that their ability, interest rates are still too high. Bank loans in 20% and above is not competitive. Power costs are still too high. Productivity of the Ghanaian is still, we still need to get more competitive there. And of course, there's still a lot of discussion around the tax framework that enables and encourages more.
And for a country where we have failed and other things that are kind of swallowing us, investing in that sector along the way while you are saying you are doing the enclave. So that helps. And that also helps you to build a linkage so that you link those who are doing at the initial stage. You start with, say, the fertilizer production with directly from maybe the animal side, the livestock production. Then once you create that linkage, you are then also looking forward to, maybe in a couple of years, you begin to see the impact of the production. Then you talk about the processing. So that kind of strategic, structured approach, where initially maybe the government might come forward, and then the communication about what kind of incentives we are going to give, we lay all of that there. The other thing that we have to think about is the financing. I think it's important for us to recognize that the government is in a stronger position to help when its finances is in proper order. And I think this is where the conversation about the fiscal discipline as well as broadening the tax becomes important. Because we've seen the 24-hour economic document plan to give some incentives. Let's face it, it's essentially more some exemptions and some tax rebates. But if we haven't reformed the tax structure such that we will be able to generate more and be able to absorb that particular component, then this issue about giving more rebates will eventually come and bite us. And eventually, whatever role we expect the government to play, it will not be in a position to play. So I think, government putting its finances in order, improving the compliance on the existing tax centers, especially the VAT. We know that is supposed to come up when the budget comes up.
Yeah.
That will enable the government to be in a stronger fiscal position to play that particular role. But ultimately, government has to set the agenda. Tell us what is the plan. And it's not a plan that should be a 2-year plan, a 3-year plan. It's a plan that people will see that you have a clear strategy about what you do in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years. But it also has to be a believable plan. Because I think if you put up a plan, the private sector assesses, and you might be giving incentives, or you might be giving all of that, but they will do the assessment, their costs and benefits, and they'll be able to see that, well, what are the risks that when there's a change, especially when there's a change in the political regime, this will, trends will reverse. Because we've also seen that repeatedly. We've heard about what we were doing before in the previous regime. We set up a whole secretariat to run 1D, 1F, to do whatever. Now, we've seen a change in regime.
Do 24-hour
and
economy.
then we are now doing 24-hour economy, and we are setting up a new secretariat. So I think all of those are critical signals that the government has to send, that, the idea of, shifting the goalposts or shifting with every change in the political regime, we put it at aside.
So fundamentally, you expect government to set a framework, but then you expect the private sector to take advantage of that framework and environment to power this transformation.
Absolutely.
But then let me ask Joe, for that to happen, they say the capital must be patient. Are you ready, Joe, at Dealer Finance, and speaking for the sector, for your capital to be patient? And what would it take?
It's difficult for capital to be patient at the interest rates at which we charge in this country. And it's very difficult to have a long-term perspective when you're talking of rates upwards of 28%. Ultimately, capital will be a lot more patient when the rates come down. And again, there's cautious hope that with the drop in inflation and a clear indication from the central bank that the reference rates are going to come down, and then we can start to be patient. There's also one huge source of patient capital that is untapped in this country, and we have to eye that, which is the pension funds. We have to have some way of releasing pension funds.
But you say 100 billion?
100 billion.
Yes.
100 billion.
And growing every year.
That's amazing capital right there.
There is patient capital in Ghana.
Where is it? And I know there are businesses, small scale, etc., in this room
but Evans,
that are going to anchor this transformation.
The rules governing that capital now make it so very difficult to access it. And
Abena, feel free to weigh in. Have an interaction with him for me. Have an interaction with him for me.
Not at all. The companies that want capital must subject themselves to public scrutiny, to accountability, to transparency. You must list your securities on the exchange or be in an approved private equity fund. Many companies do not want to be transparent, do not want to comply with the corporate governance practices that ensure sustainable development. Daylex came to the market at the Ghana Stock Exchange, raised financing, the pension funds gave money, Federated Commodities has done it, Casapreco has done it, Dangote, the wealthiest person in Africa, has all his companies listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Ghanaian entrepreneurs do the same. 100 billion of our own money, but it's also the fact that Ghanaians do not have anything to invest in. And that is why last year, $2 billion left the shores of Ghana to go and invest in crypto assets in other countries. $2 billion in 2024 alone. We are not talking about the gaming, the betting, all the other people buying US listed and other countries' investments. So there is money in Ghana. There is money regionally. There is global investors looking in, portfolio investors. All we are asking is that there's a very transparent process that companies should go through because we want sustainable growth.
Okay.
And that
Joe,
is through
Joe, you're so
licensed
forgive me.
vehicles.
I want to have Joe, and then I'll have Humphrey, because obviously this is about his industries getting this patient capital. So Joe, please interact with Abena again for me based on the feedback you've just received. Well, and then Humphrey, I'll hear you, and then come to Dodu and hear from Ebenezer.
The difficulty is that most of our companies are a bit too small. When we're talking here, the larger, Daylex has been able to access funds from the stock exchange, unsecured funding, and that's a good sign. But how many companies are even our size? And those that need help are much, much smaller. So we have to have a way of accessing the funds and then channeling them to the needed areas at rates that make sense and at tenors that make sense. And that's part of the challenge we talk about in sustaining and changing the long-term structure of this economy. A key part also of changing that structure is getting Ghanaians to own the economy. Today, we talk about, Dr. Kwachi talked about a trade surplus of in excess of, if I heard right, over $3 billion. How much of that money will come back to this country? And if we are going to keep the CD, reset the CD, we must start talking about how much of that country, of that money goes out. Because strictly speaking, for the last 8 years, we've had surpluses year in, year out. Even in the years where this
is happening and our country grows the way we want to see it grow.
And on the subject of, a round of applause for her, Abena. I want ownership to happen. Industry must lead. Ghanaian industries must add value, produce locally for ourselves, and export. That is how you change the fundamental structure of an economy. And Humphrey, you just heard there a short while ago, Abena talk about, yes, there's patient capital here. 100 billion is available. And of course, my good friend from Dales was raising the challenges why that sometimes isn't the case. But from where you sit, listening to that definitely tells you that there's some opportunities there that we are not tapping into as manufacturers so that we can produce at scale, locally and for export.
Yes, that's true. Ownership. The complexity of the Ghanaian economy, largely dominated by government through procurement. You know, the political procurement angle of it. That leads to, until recent, government-owned contractors. And therefore, companies that toe the line of government become highly geared. So when Abena and her team comes over to your enterprise, and the biggest procurement agent in the system, in the same market, refusing to pay as a result of debt-related issues, fiscal-related matters, all such companies are overgeared. It becomes complicated for Abena and his team to finance such enterprises. One would have thought that local content that made MTN and the telecom industry successful. Today, that is one of the most competitive enterprises we have in Ghana as the telecom sector. But when you do not allow local content to operate, say, in cocoa board, where today all our cocoa sacks are imported, with that procurement power, we should have had about 3-4 cocoa sack producing companies.
You mean we are importing sacks?
Oh, yes. You don't know that?
100%.
And the backward integration into kernel farming that would have created a value chain backwards. Fertilizers. We do not have real fertilizer producing companies, but mixing companies. Why won't government with its procurement power deliberately create such enterprises so that they could go to the stock exchange and raise cheap capital and invest into such enterprises? Unfortunately, once that is not being implemented, all that is happening is imported. That's why we are largely importing country, and it's affecting the forex. And therefore, when you're looking for enterprises to put in their money, they are all agents, distributors, mixing companies, and you are not finding them. We need to be deliberate about creating enterprises and industry. Let me give you one example. I was told when Interplast sought to build the pipelines, it was a water project under the Kufuor era that gave him the opportunity to bring in the machineries and deliberately gave him the opportunity to produce those plastic pipes into a water project, and today that brought about Interplast. Same as cable industries. You find a number of cable industries that were built at the back of such opportunities through procurement. Today, until recently, we all heard of the story of the containers of cables that were imported. A number of cable factories today are struggling. How could they come to the GSA and seek funding when government procurement is being abused? It's become a political tool. If we want to add value, we need to be deliberate. I sought to bring in, what do you call, let me see what I could find what is the data?
And he came very armed. He wants to refer. We'll wait for him to refer.
I tried. Cocoa value addition. Today, till date, we're only processing about 20% processing. That alone in your agri space could significantly add value and create a number of enterprises. Most of the cocoa processing companies are not Ghanaian origin. Proceed to shea butter. Proceed to cashew. We're doing less than 20% in total. But we know what cashew is in the north and how that could transform that economy. What's happening with shea butter? Go on to the textile industry. They're all collapsing. And they promoted the Friday wear. Today we have the funeral wear. And we all love the textile products. What are the exemptions? AGI had to go to the Minister of Industry and Trade to negotiate a zero-rated VAT for the textile industries. That's what is keeping them today. You go on and on. You could list a number of enterprises that are overgeared, and therefore Abner's enterprise, which is 100 billion, cannot support them by virtue of the complexity of our procurement through government, and they largely import. So somebody gets a contract, he prefers to import from elsewhere than to create an enterprise in Ghana. Worst case, they will do packaging. So it's a big challenge. So the reset agenda must go beyond just the financial sector and total overhaul of government procurement. That's why we're excited to see the amendment in the PPA, the Public Procurement Act, to make one of the conditions is the margins of preference. They need to enforce it. So we have a pretty complex market with high tax-related issues. So by the time we get to Abner with 100 billion, though it's cheap funds, the sustainability of your business, and that stuff which is worse off, the under-invoicing, the weakness of our ports and our borders. Recent report from GSS, Ghana Statistical Service, demonstrated the informal sector and the over 7 billion cedis worth of imports from the Palugu border and the Togo border, Aplawu border. That alone is disrupting the beverage industry. Today, Guinness Ghana, Malta Guinness is struggling. Coca-Cola is struggling. Go on and on. The textile industries are going down. The oils, Avnash, name them. How could this company stand when your borders are porous and there's so much smuggling? So, gentlemen, Abner has a case, but the ecosystem needs to be reset and streamlined for sustainability and growth.
Yeah, Eben, a round of applause for him. That is the man who represents the group of individuals who would actually lead the transformation of the structural base of the economy, saying what he's saying and telling us what the problem is. Something must change. We can't keep talking and not fixing the problems, because we know the problems, and I don't want to repeat them. What must fundamentally change to address the problems that Humphrey just enumerated there? The capital is there, but he just told you that there are so many hurdles making it difficult for them to access it.
Thank you very much, Evans. And I seem to be in the middle of what's going on because it's pretty interesting. What we should realize is that, first of all, the informal sector dominates in this country in terms of the entrepreneurial landscape. So if you're talking about assessing funds, you need to really look at the informal sector. They do more, okay? So I heard Joe talk about Gold Board and bringing a lot. Let me share something with you. One thing that Gold Board used, before Gold Board, if you take gold out of the country, there is a structure that enforces that you bring 80% of the monies back to Ghana before Gold Board. We call it the LOC. If you don't bring it back to Ghana, you cannot send gold out again. So even before Gold Board, there was a structure, and that structure was working. The only difficulty was that people were smuggling. So the truth is that irrespective, even currently Gold Board, Even though they do most of the work, people still smuggle. I had a conversation with somebody last week, and I said, gold is not cocoa. You can easily smuggle it. Why? Because if you look at the pricing structure of Gold Board, somebody can see where the revenue is and try to take it out and make more money. So the issue is that the informal sector that we probably don't look at and who will probably not get that patient capital, they have a way of doing business that interferes with what the other industry players are doing. So we need to look at how, sector by sector, we can ensure that we put some structures in place. We might not be able to eliminate everything. Gold Board is doing fantastically well. We might not be able to eliminate everything. But the truth is that when we put them together, it helps us to be able to regulate them. So we can say, yes, Cocoa Board, yeah, we might have some challenges with Cocoa Board, but to a large extent, there's some level of regularization that is going on when it happens like that, especially even with Gold Board, that's what is happening. So let's be cautious how we handle these bodies that have been set up to regularize the activities of the informal sector. Because it is out of these bodies that we can be able to assess this patient capital that we are talking about. Because somebody who is sitting in, let's say, Takwa, as a tier 2 aggregator, cannot come and assess finance from Ghana Stock Exchange easily. It will take a lot of work. But if he is under a body and the body is helping him to be able to put structures together, then he can easily assess that patient capital. So that is the problem that we are facing. Now let me talk about this. We have 1.3 billion people that we can assess in terms of the regional integration that is happening in terms of the AFCA. Now, if we restructure our economy from being a raw material-based economy to a value-added-based economy, then this conversation we are having doesn't just go to EU, China, but just within ourselves. However, we are struggling to do all these things because there are lots of border taxes. I bet you that it is more expensive to send goods out of Ghana to even Nigeria than probably to send it to Europe. And these are historic taxes that exist that we need to be discussing. When we have the market, coming for the patient capital becomes easy because then we have something to show for it that when we produce, we add value to it, then we know where we are taking it to. But currently, as we say here, you can produce huge chocolates, and then the cost of taking it out there becomes a problem. Secondly, there is a case of actually even meeting international standards. What we produce here, the question is that, do we meet international standards? The investor who is coming from any other country, even locally, will want to make sure that you have market enough for the monies that he is given to you. You need to show the facts. Are we meeting international standard? So one of the things that I am a bit concerned about with this entire 24-hour policy, and I'm excited, but I'm still very careful about, is that we need to have research and evidence-based approach to this. It should not be a case of just the other policy. We've had policies where we say, okay, so let me give you an example. Free SHS, excellent policy. Very good conceptualization, bad implementation. Why? We get to a point where there is no infrastructure. We get to a point where students are struggling to find places to sleep. We get to a point where private schools are also saying that we also have needy students in our schools. They need to also be taken care of. Without any research, we take a policy. We run with a policy. Two things happen. When it happens like that, the policy has no lifeline. When it happens like that, the policy would stop at a point. So this 24-hour is a good policy. We need a lot of research and evidence to be able to drive this. It shouldn't be one that would affect us. But when we are doing it right, then we have a huge market through the AFCA. Then the overhauling of the economy, the structure of the economy, where we are talking about moving away from raw materials, because then you have gold. We keep sending gold out. It's not jewelry. We keep sending cocoa beans out. It's not chocolate.
Yeah.
But it is all because of the market.
And we're going to be wrapping up in 10 minutes. So, yeah. Dr. Dodu, address the question he's asked to you, and also in 2 minutes, all of this. Also, how is the 24-hour economy secretariat positioning to address Humphrey's concerns? Because you need them to have liftoff in 2 minutes.
2 minutes is rather short.
I know, but that's all we have. And I want also bring our audience into the conversation.
Yeah. I think the issue is this. We have to frame solutions. All of us have described the state of our economy. We all know that the deformity in the economy structure is real, to the extent that your second and third largest imports total of $350 million per year is Yemwadiem. That is your second largest import. So we all know that a challenge is here. So, and that's shocking you. And because, and 80% of our GDPs is owned by 3 countries which are foreign to this nation.
So how are we addressing? I think that's what the problems we know.
Yeah, we all know this. So keep the solution.
Yeah.
Now, the first thing to address the solution, to address the problem, and I will use our Grow 24 approach to give you the way we are looking at it. In a Grow 24, first you need to get Ghanaians part of this. We have created smallholders and cooperatives around getting land banks for which private sector can come and invest. Now the land banks are the rigs with bulk infrastructure, irrigation, energy, storage facilities, extension services, as farmer service centers, to all of these. At the moment, we have about 300,000 hectares of land that is available for investment in the growth corridors of cassava, soy, rice, maize, sugarcane, and so on. We have more than 10 investors that have expressed interest that we have signed deals with. And we've organized more than 60,000 cooperatives around this so that they will be, they will also become aggregators and put the aggregators in between to feed these corridors. Now, the corridors are also linked to agri-processing facilities where we have some who are investing in value chain agriculture, value chain cassava processing, all the way to export, and also to feed our local market. The same for rice, the same for maize, and these are we are signing off-take agreements and so on. Now, one of the things that is very interesting is that we have to make sure that as we organize the corporate sector, these smallholders, farmers, and so on, we need to be able to give them what it takes for them to access the capital to grow to this industry. And so we've created special purpose vehicles for this, which allow us to financially engineer debt equity, equity, private equity debt, and so on, to be able to make them available to these. The SME facilities of $500 million we've established so far is to be able to provide that patient capital at 7%, 10%, 3 to 5 years moratorium to build your equity. And so these are organized as smallholders.
You say 7% interest rate?
Between 7 to 10%, all right? But we are hoping that we can scale it down to, that level. Now, it also enables us to have a good conversation with Abinez and the team, because of the SPV, that can be listed on the market. And Makala Woman, Kayayu, whatever, they can also, participate and to raise that. So eventually, what we're going to see is that we own our cassava corridor, we own our rice corridors, and we own our maize corridors, and we also own the industrial setups that processes this to the local market. All right. So this is the way.
Okay.
And addressing Humphrey's question.
Just in a minute.
Yes, just in a minute. What is very critical is, number one, to be very intentional about local procurement policy. You cannot grow rice, all right, and bring it to the market, whilst at the same time, PPA is importing rice for school feeding programs. We have to eat what we grow. And that's very fundamental.
So is it written into the policy that the rice you grow on that initiative will all be consumed locally?
So some of the policies that would change to enable the 24-hour economy to take off are, looking at procurement policies, looking at labor law policies, and looking at monetary policy to ensure that we can create the patient capital needed for them to invest. Yeah. The other point is organizing labor, organizing industry to conform to
environmental social governance standards, halal standards, all types of certification standards. Because we have grouped them in cooperatives and we grew them into production structures, such as agroecological parks, you are able to provide this enterprise capacity support so that they grow already, their production is conformed to all these standards so they can meet those markets.
That opens you a whole new door of funding opportunities out there. I want to bring in, in the next 5 minutes, if there are any questions from the audience, I'll take it. Just raise your hands and they should get you a microphone. Please, let's get microphones to, there's a hand right there in the middle. There's a hand at the back. There are two. You have a microphone? Yes, you do. Yes. And very brief, 30 seconds max. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Robert Derby. Thanks very much for the opportunity. So what I wanted to find out from the panelists or anybody who is an economist to assess is, in stabilizing the city, I've seen that the Gold Board has played a significant role in it. And the government now has access or a lot of control over US dollar, which is our major international trading currency. When you go to next door, Cote d'Ivoire or some of the French-speaking countries, their major trading currency is the euro. And they have decommoditized that. And so it is not bought and sold in terms of having a buy-in and then a selling rate. Could we do so in the case of the dollar in Ghana, now that I can say the government has significant control over the flow of dollar to decommoditize the dollar and have it as a
Thank you very much.
rate.
And there's a hand there. There, yes. Let's get him.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Sylvester Nyamiche. A simple question that I have for the members up there. How difficult is it to set up a factory that will produce sacks for our cocoa industry?
Okay, good question.
Yes.
Good question. How difficult is it to set up and produce
Thank you
sacks
very much.
for cocoa? Yes, there's a hand there, please. There's a hand there in the middle. I'll take that and I'll take one more and I'll wrap up. There? Yes, and you. Great.
I'm Dr. Amwedu Mohammed. My question goes to Madam Abna. Madam Abna was talking about Canadian Stock Exchange, where they have several offices in Canada. But her outfit in Ghana is only in Accra. What is she doing for her outfit to replicate offices so that the 100 billion CD sitting in her office will be accessible to an entrepreneur in Asankregwa? Thank you.
Thank you very good question. I'll take one final one from a lady. There's a lady right in front of you. Hello, that one. Yes, good.
He's not. Okay, my question goes. My name's Paulette Watson, and my question goes to Abina. How is Ghana Stock Exchange leveraging AI, data analytics, and fintech innovation to make investing more inclusive and accessible? Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause. Great questions. Great questions. Abina, to you.
Here.
Sorry? There's one there?
Here.
Okay, you have 30 seconds quickly.
Yes.
You are my last.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Michael Forsen. I'm the technical advisor on water sanitation and hygiene to the Ministry of Local Government. I want to throw in a very interesting discourse.
In 30 seconds strictly.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
The discussion on the whole economy, I think there is a non-traditional economic goods we are not seeing here. That is the waste management. If we look at the value chain, so far we've been looking at waste management like a social goods. So we are not seeing the economic value of it. We talk about recycling and all those things. But take a look. Recycling, if you recycle it and the virgin polymer become more expensive than the virgin polymer becomes cheaper than the recycled polymer. There is no way we will get the recycled market going in Ghana. This is where we need to look at the tax incentives on the importation of virgin polymer as against the recycled polymer. There's a whole area we can look at waste management when we start looking at it as economic goods rather than a social goods.
Thank you.
And then we can rip in a lot here.
Thank you very much. I have 5 minutes to wrap up for my panelists. And Abena, I'll start with you. The 2 questions for you. When are you decentralizing?
The GSE is a decentralized platform. We are I call us a fintech. We are a fully automated company. But to your point, we have licensed 68 companies, all the banks and another 20 or so stock brokerage firms. They are the ones that work with entrepreneurs. But the good news we want to let the general public know is that we are going to launch a GSE Academy next year. The GSE Academy is going to take entrepreneurs and put them through a program to prepare them to access capital on the GSE markets or even help them access bank loans. So this is an initiative that we are working on. On the AI, that's an excellent question. We are developing our AI strategy at the GSE. But working through our partners today, there are apps, there are online platforms that you can go and buy securities listed on our exchange. Even on your MTN and other telecom platforms today, if you go on, you can buy and sell some shares, buy some treasury bills, etc. So we are continuing to improve our stance to attract more investors as well as issuers.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Bernard, and thank you. And then there was a question about decommoditizing the dollar. I don't know if you want to take it, Sumin.
Yes, so I think the premise of the question was that we've stabilized the CD.
Yeah.
We haven't stabilized the CD. We have caused the CD to appreciate. I think, even though we appear to be celebrating that we've stabilized the CD, what we have done is to cause it to appreciate. And then I think we have to understand what that means for AGI and then also even for the 24-hour economy. When you cause your currency to appreciate, you are making it easier to import. And then you are discouraging domestic production. And I think we should make it clear.
So the target should be stabilization.
It should be stabilization. The president, when he spoke to you guys, he said they plan to keep it within a 5% band, which hasn't happened. And then tied to that, I spoke about policy consistency. You can't go out there and say that we are going to scrap minimum capital requirement when we want to encourage domestic ownership of the economy. So I think we have to make sure that we can put up a 24-hour economy big document and then do things that are not consistent with what we are trying to achieve, the long-term strategy that we are trying to achieve.
Good point. And Humphrey, how difficult is it to set up a factory to produce sacks for cocoa?
My dear friend, you need a feedstock. That is your raw material base. And considering that that particular sack is meant for a strategic export that government earns significant revenue from, the feedstock must be coordinated in the cooperative manner with an off-taker agreement coming from the buyer. And then that's where you can also use buffer stock to help you buy such raw materials into the factory. Then you produce, because you have an off-taker agreement with Cocoa Board. You produce, when you look at your cost of power, and you look at the financing cost, then they ask Abena, are you willing to put in part of that 100 million into such a project? You can structure this. It is not difficult. But the off-taker agreement and the policy coordination that will guarantee a feedstock significant are part of the complexities that for which cause members are not going in there. And to the 24-hour economy, there are a number of low-hanging fruits in the medium term. Between the Bank of Ghana and the Minister of Finance, in the short term, they've created stability within 10 to 11 months. It is the duty that in the medium term, there are a number of low-hanging fruits. They mentioned the sanitary pads and the sanitary whatever, the school uniform projects. They have tiles, they have cables. There are a number of medium-term interventions for existing companies that you could pick immediately. That's them. Some are overgeared, some are not. Restructure them. The insolvency law has been passed. Grant them the opportunity, grant them a second life. Immediately in the medium term, the productive sector will rebound and support the short-term stability. Because until we do that, look into the 2023-2024 surplus. And what was the report from Ghana Statistical Services? The surplus was based upon three products that were exports: cocoa, oil, and gold. The vulnerability of our market is so wide. For us to stimulate it, pick the medium-term enterprises that are available, and we can get it corrected. Thank you.
A quick one.
Go to 30.
Yeah, just
briefly.
Just to say that for the person who talked about SACs, with our Grow 24 program, 20 agroecological parks, variety of productions in different growth corridors, you truly have a market that you can actually set up. So look at our industrial park and be a tenant in one of those industrial parks. That guarantees you a land, guarantees you bulk energy, guarantees you all the things that you need. So your CapEx can be leveraged, and then you can invest in your actual product. I just want to say that one of the things is also very critical.
Dr. Dodu.
Yeah, low-hanging fruits. $3.5 billion of food import bill. That can easily be substituted, and that's a low-hanging fruit.
Okay, thank you. A hand of applause to Dr. Dodu. Ebenezer Mankwa, with the executive director of the Center for Economic Research and Policy. Dr. Ishmael Dodu, who you just had the director and head of innovative finance at the 24-hour economy. And so you see why he was pushing for us to hear what the policy plans are for you. Abena Moore, of course, you know her, managing director, Ghana Stock Exchange. Joe Jackson is the Chief Executive Officer, Daylex Finance. Of course, Dr. Ayim Dake is the President of the Association of Ghana Industries. He's laid out for us how you can set up a sack manufacturing company. Take that as blueprint, and then call Dr. Dodu and set up in his enclave, and then your costs would be significantly halved. A big round of applause for all my panelists, and thank you all for joining us. My colleague, Nathaniel Atto, is going to do the honors next.
Thank you very much, Evan Spencer. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Mr. Evan Spencer. And respectfully, I would like to ask all of them to stay as we do one photograph with the moderator. And as we do this, I would like to, Dr. Dake, please do stay with us. Thank you. So we'll do one photograph with the moderator and all of our panelists for this first session under the topic, Resetting Ghana's Currency and Financial Framework, Building Resilience Beyond the IMF Program. Can we have Dr. Akwe join, please? Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Akwe will present special plaques of recognition to our panelists. So Professor Patrick Opoku Assuming, who's an economist at the University of Ghana Business School. Ms. Abena Moore, who's the Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Please stay, please stay. Dr. Ishmael Dodu, the Head of Innovative Finance, Partnership and Markets at the 24 Economy Secretariat. Mr. Ebenezer Mankwamenka, Executive Director for SEPA. Mr. Joe Jackson, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Daylex Finance. And Dr. Humphrey Ayim Dake, the President of the Association of Ghana Industries, AGI. Thank you all very much. Shall we do one more big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Very insightful conversations indeed, ladies and gentlemen, about the state of our currency and all the major interventions that we need in various sectors. I'm also very excited about some of the realities that were put before us when it comes to our natural resources and the state in which we export them. Of course, the charge to do value addition cannot be overemphasized. That is one of the very key takeouts from this Ghana Economic Forum 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will be doing the next plenary on energy, and it will be on the topic financing the future, taking legacy debt and building a resilient energy economy. We will be retiring for a coffee break for some 10 minutes, after which we'll return here and start off the conversations, which will have some 7 contributors and panelists and a moderator, Mr. John Inkum, who's the founder and executive director of Inkum Associates. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-minute coffee break, and then we return here. Thank you.
Kamamenka ota semuname awan kamamen sumanke abanka bada mensa awre husam ifye ya enche kafo yesa awan kamamen sumanke abanka bada mensa awre husam ifye ya enche kafo na mensa iwa miyankwe kamamenka ota semuname if you are in chair, Uncle Funa Winsa, I want to my winsa, man can't check up on the Gabata Winsa. I would have said, if you are in chair, Uncle Funa Winsa, and you me shine a bank about Winsa. It shall make you, police if it's make you, the favorite summer there, Minia, if you are. Agenda if you are and chair you want me and great. Mama make a hotel, Semonambe. Mama make a hotel, Semonambe. I want to come and miss some man can't chair upon Gabana Mesa. I would have said if you are and chair in Kobian. I want to come and miss some man can't chair upon Gabana Mesa. I would have said. If you are in Chelanka for the Mesa, Kamamenka Ota Samoname, Kamamenka Ota Samoname, Awan Kamamenso Manke, Abanka Banda Mesa, I would have listened if you are in Chelanka for the Mesa, Awan Kamamenso Manke, Abanka Banda Mesa, I would have listened. If you are and Chairman Kafona Mensa, you want me and great. Now I make a hotel, Semonambe. Now I make a hotel, Semonambe. I want come on, Miss Man, can't check up on Gabana Mensa. I would have listened if you are and Chairman Kafona Mensa. I want come on, Miss Man, can't check up on Gabana Mensa. I would have listened. If you are what to go? Abu Abi Waho, what friend in Coco, If you ponko so did me ya sabi, was the other contain oh yeah. That crown of heaven now, a jamon and safo. Or catch if you ponko there, if you ponko, about into the uncle to take it to young because they are the contain the green. Say I'm sure, as I send it on me, don't buy and go, legendary, legendary, me, Sunday, Friend if you ponko so did me as sabi, cause ya them contain oh yeah. That run up a bin now, a jamwan and safo. Or catch if you pongo there, if you pongo, about into the uncle tenti, it to young cause ya them contain the cremo. Say I'm sure, as I said, the woman, don't fire, legendary,
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome you back into the main hall for the second plenary on energy. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome you back into the main hall for the second plenary. Once we're done with energy, we will focus on agribusiness, and then we can bring proceedings to a close. Thank you very much.
Samarity. Order you. Missing Mudoina. Ma, if Wabama. Meuna Manda. Mugunsa Manda. Yeah, for
Sempre e quando ciò fa e se mi rompe e casci mi va e pace mi piloghe e mi bisale e che mi ocche e ye o ya di boge mi voya meri ya etema ebe Kaboya, 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 Ida. Oh yo ya, di mogemia. Wanya meridia yetema ebe Kaboya, Kaboya, Kaboya. Every year. Oh yo ya. Wanya Mary Jayatama, Kaboya, area, Kaboya, no, Kaboya,
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the second plenary here at the 2025 Ghana Economic Forum. We're zoning in on the area of energy, and our conversations will be around the topic, financing the future, tackling legacy debt, and building a resilient economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off first of all by getting a message from the Minister of Energy, which will be delivered by one of his key advisors, Mr. Ishmael Aka. Shall we welcome him with a big round of applause? Respectfully, can we all take our seats as we resume? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. Oh, good afternoon. So, on behalf of the Energy Minister, I wish to congratulate BFT on the 14th anniversary of celebrating the Ghana Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy sector is a very important sector within the economy, providing input to manufacturing. Today we heard the issue about the value addition. When you look at the AGI barometer over the past 15 years, the 4 major factors driving industry in Ghana, apart from access and cost of credit, energy has featured almost every time the barometer is released. Whether we are talking about energy pricing or the reliability of energy. So what it means is that energy is critical so far as manufacturing and value addition is concerned. However, there are challenges when it comes to energy, and one of these key challenges is the issue of legacy debt. So we are happy this forum is dedicating a session to discuss the legacy debt. But before we go into the panel, we need to, at the policy level, try to understand some of the causes of this legacy debt. So one of these key causes is the issue of planning. And today we've heard a lot about planning. So 2006, the Energy Commission, which is in charge of planning in the energy sector, developed the Strategic National Energy Plan. Within the Strategic National Energy Plan, they forecasted Ghana's energy demand, the demand growth, and other indicators, including the type of technologies we can use to satisfy this demand. Unfortunately, this plan was not implemented. So by 2011, we were in doomsday, and that led to a number of factors. We had to bring in emergency power plants, very expensive. We had to procure so many things at the moment which we did not need. So that is a major thing. One, the existence of the plan, and second, the implementation of the plan. So it's not just about planning. When you go to NDPC's website, you can count more than 150 plans. But it is the quality of the implementation that makes the difference. If we don't plan well, what it means is that we go into and enter into contracts for power we do not need. And because we are not using the power, chances are that we may not pay for. And if you don't pay for, so far as you've contracted, it becomes a debt on the state. And in the power sector, when there's a debt, you can either pay through taxes or through tariffs. There's no other way apart from these two. Whether it is through tax or tariff, it is the consumer that has to pay. So legacy debts are very important, not just to the Energy Ministry, but again to all of us gathered here. The second point, or the second cause, is the issue of procurement. Yesterday, those who watched the Public Accounts Committee saw some of our utilities spending more than they budgeted for, spending monies that have not been approved. And again, when you look at power procurement, we've not used, in fact, in 2015, and Dr. Asante is here, we actually did competitive procurement for solar. And for the first time, we got a price less than 10 cents. We did not implement what we got, less than 10 cents. We actually signed solar projects that were 18 cents and 21 cents and did not implement the lower price. So we use direct negotiation, very expensive, making cost of power so high. The third one is the issue of tariffs. So over time, we see the tariffs being progressive, catching up. We pay one of the highest tariffs, but the tariffs are still not cost reflective. So on one hand, it is very expensive. On the other hand, it is not cost reflective. Why should that be the case? Because there are certain important things, and again, we can talk about the planning and the competitive procurement. Then we talk about liquid fuel we use but not captured. Then there are issues of reserve margin, which will require to enhance system reliability, but that are not factored in the tariff. But over time, we see the regulator moving towards cost reflectability. But AGI says, and not that AGI says, the tariffs are high. But again, it is not cost reflective. So how do we break that? Government does not have the money to subsidize. How do we ensure the tariffs are moderate and again cost reflective? Then there are others like cost of generation, which is quite expensive. Cost of generation, we are looking at even the technology, the issue of liquid fuel. Before 1997, we were depending on the Akosombo Dam. Very cheap, affordable, less than 4 cents per kilowatt hour. From 1997, post the reforms, we are relying on gas and liquid fuels. Expensive gas. Our gas we produce in Ghana in form of the fields are even more expensive than the gas we import from Nigeria, including the cost of transmission. So what do we do to address some of these? Unpaid subsidies. In 2021 alone, subsidies we granted to steel companies, to ceramics and others was more than $192 million. These were not budgeted for, these were not paid for by anyone. So these go on to add to what we call the legacy debt. So the legacy debt is not some one item sitting somewhere. It's a combination of factors adding up and it keeps growing. Then we have the inefficiencies in the value chain. Issues like street lights. There's no agency or authority that knows the number of street lights we even have in Ghana. The street lights consume electricity. 12 noon, the street lights will be on. Who pays for them? Then again, consumers. There are areas you go, they will tell you that President Kwame Nkrumah promised them that when we complete the Akosombo Dam, they are to enjoy free electricity. There's no deed, nothing. Those times, yes, Akosombo Dam, but even with the water, we need to add technology to convert the water to electricity. The technology is not free. So how do you get free electricity? You go to other places, they call it U-Touch. Now even the illegal connection, there's a name we give it, U-Touch. Very nice name. But what it means is that these are leakages. It costs money to produce the power. Since 2015, we see more power coming from IPPs than from VRA. It costs money to do transmission. It costs money to do distribution. So if we also don't pay, what it means is that we are contributing to the legacy debt. So since January 2021, 2025, government has decided to implement certain policies to address Some of these factors I've mentioned. So one of them is the issue of IPP renegotiation. So the previous government started the renegotiation and actually obtained a discount of $92 million from the IPPs out of the legacy debt we had. Since this government assumed power, a new team was constituted under Benjamin Boakye of ISEP, and they've concluded their renegotiation, and we've obtained a discount of $261 million as of today. Again, government is working with the IPSMP committee to ensure that the plans are robust enough and the plans are also linked to procurement. The IPSMP sits with the Energy Commission. Energy Commission is also the entity that issues licenses. So if somebody applies for license and it is not in line with the plan that you developed, why should you even issue the license in the first place? Unless there are political economy issues you cannot explain. On competitive procurement, I'm happy to know that on 25th July this year, the legislative instrument on competitive procurement was passed by Parliament. So for now, all new generation, power generation, especially in renewables, will be through open and competitive procurement in line with the Renewable Energy Act. I thought we'll clap for that one. Government is supporting the implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. So whilst we are renegotiating the legacy debt to get a discount and spread the remaining amount over a 4-year period to pay, we want to ensure that the cash waterfall pays the current bills. So for now, we are hoping and working with ECG to increase collection. And I'm also happy to know that this year ECG's collection has been on average 1.5 billion cedis per month, compared to about 800 million cedis over the past 3 years on average. Thank you. So this clap is for ECG. When they do well, let's appreciate them, but there's a lot to do. While this is not enough to cover the cost, because based on PURC's tariff, ECG is supposed to collect about 2.4 billion a month, 1.5 billion and growing, still encouraging, and we have to work with them. The good thing is that what they collect, they declare. Over the past 3 years, the challenge we had was that ECG can actually collect 1.2 billion and declare 800 million. The 400 million, where it is, where it went to, nobody will know. To the extent that at a point, PURC had to sanction individual ECG board members 5 million each. I don't know whether you read that story. So that is a positive thing, and we all have to pay our bills and also demand accountability from ECG and from government officials. Government is strengthening reforms and governance around both ECG and NEDCO by looking at introducing private sector participation, especially in the retail end of the distribution sector. So a team has been constituted, and this month we're going to advertise for a transaction advisor supported by the World Bank to guide government and support government to look at the form of private sector involvement in ECG and NEDCO. The Ministry of Energy is also working with the Ministry of Local Government and others to introduce solar-powered streetlights so that we can reduce the amount of power streetlights consume and can also help with our bills. There are other reforms, including the Mission 300, and others which the ministry has signed on to. More importantly, we are working with the Ghana Nuclear Company to ensure that by 2034, we have nuclear serving as a base load to complement the Akosombo Dam. One of the reasons for our high electricity prices is the fact that we need to get fuel, gas or liquid fuel, which are still expensive. So for us, this is a very important engagement. Government cannot do it alone. Government will rely on partners such as civil society and industry so that together we can fix the challenges in the energy sector. We thank the Ghana Economic Forum, and it is our belief that next year when we meet here, the Economic Forum will launch a report that over the past 15 years, these are some of the discussions we had. These were the recommendations, and these are what we've implemented. And these are what the implementation, the impact the implementation is making in the lives of Ghanaians, so that it doesn't become one of another forum, but a forum that provides solutions and solutions that are implemented to better the welfare of Ghanaians and also help make our industries competitive. I thank you very much, and I wish you a very good deliberation. Thank you.
We're very grateful to the advisor to the Minister for Energy, Honorable John Abu Jinapor, who's not able to join us here himself, but the message clearly is one that is direct and one that feeds very much into the conversations we want to expand here on the main stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, contributing to the conversation this afternoon here at the 2025 Ghana Economic Forum are the following. Dr. Nidako Asante is an independent energy consultant. Shall we do a big round of applause as he takes his seat here? Dr. Nidako Asante will be joined by Dr. Benjamin Boache, who's the Executive Director of Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEPA. Also, Reindorf Ano is a partner of KPMG Ghana. Dr. Elik Plim Kwabla Apetogbo is the CEO of the Chamber of Independent Power Producers Ghana, the IPPs. Dr. Nikwashi Alote is the Technical Director of EBSCO Nuclear. Engineer Kweku Wiafe is the Director of Engineering Services of the Volta River Authority, VRA. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome here on the stage our moderator for this conversation on energy. The energy sector, as we all do know, plays a very critical role when it comes to having a resilient economy, which will be one of example for others on the African continent. Over the years, he's been a project consultant within the space and has contributed to many of such platforms. He's got decades of experience at his fingertips, and today he brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table. He's the founder and executive director of Inkum and Associates. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Please help me welcome Mr. John Nkum, who is our moderator for this second session on energy. And the topic is Financing the Future, Tackling Legacy Debt and Building a Resilient Energy Economy. Mr. Nkum, please take it over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, incidentally, we are all men up here. I'd like to stand and look at you as I set the stage for this engagement. At the time we have, I will first allocate 5 minutes to each one of you to make a statement regarding what, in your opinion, are actionable, fundable actions that we need to take in the energy sector to move us forward. In the minister's speech read to us, he narrated the issues, which we all know. In our prep meeting on October 8th, we raised these issues in 4 segments. It's about reliable generation, that is also cost-effective. It's about fuel, that is reliable. It's about cost-effective operations. It's about how do we finance this sector sustainably. I was amazed again that there are about 100 billion cedis sitting unutilized while we borrow expensively to finance the sector. And we talk of a legacy debt when actually the money is sitting in Ghana. In your opinion, and I'll go this way, 5 minutes each maximum, share with us the 3 or so important actions that we need to take as a country in any of the 4 areas: generation, fuel, operations, and financing, to ensure that this sector provides the energy we require for industrialization. Actually, I was amazed in the preparatory workshop that we talk of extra, or we generate more than we use, when actually industries are unable to pay for the power we have. The dissonance is very loud in my ears. What's happening and how can we break this mold? The other challenge is in whose interest are we not harnessing our energy, nuclear potential? Now that everybody is saying we should go zero carbon, we see Ghana's energy plan having 80% renewable. As a layman, which country has developed renewable energy? I think it's supplementary, maybe electricity power, but to do industrialization is renewable. Who are we serving as a nation? Whose interests are we advancing? And therefore, the other challenge is, if private generation is that expensive and government entities are cheaper, is it an issue of competitive bidding or deliberate negligence? Who is benefiting from this? And how do we break this mold? I'm setting the scene so that we can have you speak for 5 minutes each, telling us what you choose for government or the nation to look at in the various dimensions. Maybe 3 important, actionable, fundable suggestions for each of you. May I start with you, sir?
Thank you very much. 3 things. I guess I'll start from the fuel side, since that's where the power generation starts from. We know there's been a current shortage of gas, which is causing us to procure liquid fuels or oil to power our plants. We recently had our petrol price increased by 1 cedi to cover the cost of these oil imports. So basically, we also happen to have a liquefied natural gas import facility, which is close to 80 or 90% complete, but which has not been completed. The key thing here is that although liquefied natural gas is more expensive than the domestic gas we have, it's certainly much cheaper than the liquid fuels that we are procuring. And so the obvious thing is to complete that facility and provide
that LNG as a supplementary source of gas for our power plants. Now, the additional benefit that that would give us is that if at any time one of our domestic gas facilities has to undergo maintenance, we don't have to suddenly start procuring more liquid fuel. We would have essentially stability of gas supply. This, I believe, is already underway, but it probably needs to be speeded up and given a higher focus so that by the end of next year, we will no longer need to be relying on these liquid fuels. It would greatly help the stability of our power plants as well as reduce the overall cost of generation as we have it now. The challenge in the past was that this plant was probably surplus to our requirements, and so there were some challenges with it. And so we need to sort of change tack on it. I also believe the actual facility probably needs to be in state ownership because it tends to be, you could consider it a national security issue because it greatly would support energy security. At the moment, when the gas stops within hours, power plants have to shut down. But if you have liquefied natural gas, within minutes or even seconds, you can start injecting gas so that there will be no disruption. So there's some incentive to take this facility in hand and make sure the cost is not excessive. The other thing I would draw attention to is we have a lot of these gas power plants. Many of them will soon be getting to the end of their license period or the end of the original PPA term. Now, in the course of a power purchase agreement, all the capital charges are recovered. So these power purchase agreements are structured in such a way that by the time the purchase term ends, all the capital charges that were used to install and procure the plant have been fully paid for. What that should mean is that beyond that point, most of these power plants can still generate. The cost of supplying that power should significantly reduce. There may be some small investment that's required to extend the life, but if we're paying 10 or 11 cents per kilowatt hour before, it should drop to something as low as 5 or 4, just the nature of the capital cost going away. We've tended to renegotiate as it gets to the closing years of those power plants, and very often we get a lower price because obviously if you're extending it, you should get a lower price. But we don't get to that sort of cliff edge where the price should come down. We even have cases where power plants are able to negotiate tariffs which are probably not in our interests and slightly higher than they need to be. So the key thing, and I think PRC currently has a guideline which supports this to make sure that we do not continue to pay these capital charges beyond the end of the current PPA term. So this is something that needs to be looked at closely because a number of power plants will be reaching that point in the next 5 to 10 years. And we need to make sure that the tariff that these plants charge goes down significantly as the capital costs reduce. And my last one will just be on tariffs generally. We are currently in a major tariff review period, and the usual tariff jamboree, as I call it, is going on where, the utilities share their proposals and we all scream, no, we can't afford it, we can't pay. But really, it's not primarily about our affording the power or our willingness to pay. I mean, anyone who is in business knows that you have costs, and whichever way you do it, those costs have to be paid for. And as the rep from the ministry or the energy minister's representative said, we are going to pay for that cost either through tariff or through some form of subsidy, which we'll pay for because it's going to be paid for through taxes. So really the question should be, are those costs that the utilities are presenting real or fictitious? Are they inflated costs? Are they genuine costs? Are they responsible costs? But in all these conversations, that is not generally focused on. So we need to change our focus from affording it to checking whether those costs are real or genuine. And there are lots of issues, spending above budgets, purchasing things they don't need, and so on. And in terms of the losses, which we all talk about, we understand that ECG, for instance, is collecting a lot more. But the tariffs have also gone up. Are they collecting more than the tariffs have gone up? We need a more credible measure of the performance of the utilities in collecting revenue.
Okay.
And that is something that is not clearly available, so we sometimes just use the amount collected as a proxy. Last year, I remember the ECG boss talking about how they had increased their collection of revenue, but any analysis may have revealed that they may not have performed that well.
Yeah.
So these are things that we need to do, and maybe I'll come back on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I would plead that we don't repeat issues that have been raised. It's about the gas plants that need to be revised. It's about those whose times have about expiring that we can kick back into action at a lower rate, and then the tariffs. Sir, you take the mic. Can you do 3 actionable suggestions in the past?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I see how Doc was struggling because it's not a 5 minutes conversation. But first of all, I mean, I was graciously awarded a PhD. I rejected because I haven't earned it. I saw the introduction, in this room. So, a disclaimer: I don't have a PhD, and I don't want troubles.
Okay.
But I'm not going to give anything less on this forum. From where we sit and the work we've done over the years, the way we have run the energy sector cannot continue, and that is the bottom line. And all of us have to appreciate, as a country, that we need to commit to the real solutions that are required for us to lift ourselves out of it. And to give a context, 1 minute context, and I'll give you a shopping list because I don't have time to explain them. If you take the Ghana government budget, in the medium term, we are projecting to spend on average 30 billion cedis to subsidize power. That's electricity and associated value chain issues that Ministry of Finance has to pick up, all right? Contrast that with socio-economic investment that has been projected for the country. It's less than 10% of that. What that means is that we are not spending as much in building the schools, building the hospitals, taking care of the vulnerable in our community. We are just pumping everything we have back into the energy sector, and that is quite regrettable. There is new arrangement where government want to push more investment into infrastructure, which government calls a big push. If you look at that aggressive development that has been proposed, even that amount of investment that we're proposing to do is still less than 50% of the subsidy that we are giving to the energy sector. So what that means is that if we're able to take the problems or the burdens of the energy sector from Ministry of Finance, we could perhaps double the big push. We could double government investment in infrastructure. And that is over $60 billion a year of investment in infrastructure. Your roads will be fixed. You wouldn't have those problems again. And that is why it's important that we address this problem with all the agency that is required. And I'm not going to repeat what has been said because we have the big man in the room who has seen it all. The problem is that we are not committing to the solution. And the power sector is a system. And the way to deal with it is to plan with systemic mindset. So you don't leave any part untouched. You have to plan for fuel. You have to plan for generation. You have to plan for transmission. You have to plan for distribution. And all of them must work concurrently and effectively. That efficiency mindset to make sure that when you are procuring generation, the transmission system is right to be able to deliver the power. And when you get a transmission system right, the distribution system must also be right to be able to generate the revenue. Otherwise, everybody suffers. But we have a generation problem today, and we pay attention, we put all our energy in there to address it. And then only to realize that the transmission may not be as robust to be able to address the problem, or the distribution will not bring the revenue to deal with it. If you have generation and you cannot distribute, that is even worse than not even having generation. Because you are paying for the generation, and you're not also distribution. But the distributing company is also taking money. They want money to survive. So that compounds the problem. And that's what has happened over the years. We talk about excess capacity. When people are in darkness, when businesses don't have power to be able to deal with it.
Solutions, please. We know the problem, so just some solutions.
Yeah, so that's the solution I'm actually proposing.
Coordination of implementation.
So to make sure that we're able to systematically plan and deal with the problems across the value chain. And that is the only way we can deal with it. The way we have planned in the past, for example, we asked some of the IPP, we talk about power costs being too expensive, but we told the IPPs, some of them to build fuel tanks, build gas consumption infrastructure, to tie to one power plant. All of them come at a cost. Instead of planning to make sure that if it's gas that we are opting for, the gas is available, we are building LPG tanks, we are building liquid fuel tanks, all tied to one power plant, and we don't expect that to be recovered. It will be recovered at a cost. And part of the work that we've been doing is to make sure that we're able to hive off some of those investments and be able to streamline it and reduce the cost of generation, to be able to reduce the cost of power as well. If we don't reduce the cost of power and contextually appreciate that people have limit on how much they can pay for the power, it creates problems also downstream, because if people can't pay, they steal the power. And the burden to go around recovering the revenue over the period hasn't also worked. And we keep adjusting the tariff and it's not bringing in the revenue. So that critical plan, I'm hoping that it will be sustainable for us to deal with all the value chain problems and be able to fix cost of generation, cost of transmission, cost of distribution, and get ultimately ECG to be more efficient, as has been said. What the Honorable Minister's statement actually said through Dr. Aka essentially was now being able to account for revenues that were being collected. But the gap in the collection is still there. We're still not collecting as much revenue as we should. It's clear that we have always been collecting over $1 billion, 1.2, 1.3 billion, but it was not declared. Now we have, that money being declared. But how do we step up to now go collect all the revenues that are not collected? We need to hold people accountable and get people working to collect the revenue.
Thank you. We may have an opportunity again after we got some views from the public about what particularly must we put in place to ensure the revenue is collected and accounted for. What must we do? Now we know, as if by somebody's volition he is reporting. Is there a mechanism to ensure what is sold is actually accounted for? But I'm going to use, there are 4 areas. I've heard about fuel, I've heard about operations. How do you account for planning that is consistent and along the value chain to make sure we don't block the process somewhere? Is there any other area you like to talk about? Reliable generation, financing the sector? Yeah, anyone?
Right, thank you, moderator, and good afternoon. So I will touch on what I call very low cost or no cost initiative, right, that have high impact, that we need to pay attention to strengthen the sector. So one, we have been collecting all these levies, right? And if you look at the Act, the ESLA Act, we need to dedicate specific portions for different things. How have we utilized that so far? Okay, so the midterm, the government increased the levy by one cedi. Okay. Do we know how we have utilized that to reduce the debt of the sector? So that's transparency. We need transparency from the very top. How much have we collected so far? How much have we spent to reduce the sector debt? This is this is something that we can do not even in the short term, in the immediate term. If we want that done tomorrow, it can be done. What that does is that it increases the credibility in the system. The actors in the system will trust government, and they then know or become clear in their minds when to expect some monies and the rest. Then what also that does is that for the debt that we have been saddled with, banks and the rest who may want to finance or put money to address that can easily design products to help address that challenge. So for me, this is very high impact, no cost initiative that can happen immediately. Accountability of what we are collecting, not what we are collecting. That needs to be done ASAP. Number two, what are the clear KPIs that we set for the stakeholders or the SOEs that manage the sector? Governance. The president met some SOEs and informed them that in his government, he wants performance and charged them. What KPIs are we clearly defining for the entities that are in the sector? And by extension, the boards and management. We cannot accept the way things have happened because we know some of the issues have been as a result of how things have run in the past. If we want to turn it around, then there must be clear KPIs that are monitored and that are reported periodically. And if you are not performing, then decision ought to be taken, whether you step aside or otherwise. So these, for me, are very quick things that we can do, and it requires no cost. All that it's required to do this is the will to do that. In terms of the debt that we are saddled with, there are a number of initiatives or things that we can look at. We can look at securitizing some of the inflows. That has been done before. The ESLA bonds that were raised. Government securitized parts of the levy. So we can securitize some of the loans that we have currently, right, through bonds. This could be backed by maybe tariff. Now, quarterly, there are quarterly reviews. So it could be backed by tariff, or it could be backed by some aspect of the levy. When you do that, immediately you have enough capital to pay off some of the debt in the system. All right? We can pay off these debts and give room for actors in the space to operate. Because the actors in the space are interested in investing more. But if you owe them so much, why would they throw money at the sector again? So this is something that can be done. The mechanism and whatever we put around it can be looked at, and so that it is done in such a way that it does not increase the debt burden of the country. So that is an initiative that can be done. And again, we need to also be looking at renewables. I think gas has been mentioned, but as a sector as a whole, we see that our renewable in the mix is less than 3%. We need a plan in the future where we are consciously investing in that space. So government can just create an enabling environment for people to come in the sector or bring in money targeting at renewables. We have solar, we have wind, and other things. What incentives are we giving to people? Because that's the future. Kenya has done that. They get a lot from geothermal, right? Maybe we don't have that resource. But if you look at their mix, they are doing almost more than 70% or so. So we also need to move to that side. Renewable. So a lot of investment needs to be in the renewable space. So maybe I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm tracking the conversation. I heard you talk about no cost, low cost interventions around transparency and governance. That can save a lot of money and generate revenue. Yeah, I heard that very clearly. And the idea that these things are doable. It's a matter of the will. Okay, sir, what suggestions do you have in the next 3, 5, and 10 years to put Ghana's energy on a reliable base for industrialization?
Thank you very much, and also thank you, BFT, for this great privilege. In your intro, the last part of your intro, you made a statement that I hold a contrary view to. You said the state-owned power plants are cheaper than the independent power plants. That is not factual. Dr. Asante presented in his last part of his statement that there are a number of plants that are almost retiring. What that means is that technically they have fully recovered their cost, and for that matter, and only billing for energy. But for the case of the IPPs, most of them are new plants. What it means is that they must also recover their capital investment in addition to the energy charge. So, in principle, the IPPs are charging the capital recovery plus the energy charge. So that makes their cost a bit expensive. But it is beyond that. You have to look at the issue of efficiency. Now, these old plants that we mentioned, or that we identify are almost on the verge of retiring, at what level of efficiency are they producing? So, in this case, you look at the full economic cost of production and not only looking at the tariff. They are two different things altogether. IPPs, I can tell you, are using advanced technologies. For that matter, the level of efficiency is very high. Let me give you an example. Maybe you give 1 million standard cubic feet of gas to these state-owned power plants. They will generate about 1 megawatts of power. But give that same 1 million standard cubic feet of gas to IPP, we will be generating about 6.5 megawatts of power. So, by simple arithmetic, you could see that the generation cost, the energy cost of the state-owned power plants will be about 75% of or more of the cost of their generation. But for the IPP, the technologies we are deploying, we are reducing fuel cost, which is a major component, by about 40%. So I would like to correct that technical error. Thank you. So on the suggestions that I will make, yes, the sector is heavily indebted. I've made some few suggestions in the time past at the National Economic Dialogue that let's monetize these state-owned thermal plants, raise money to finance ECG, as well as use the money to defray part of the debt. That is one. A second suggestion is that let's monetize the idle capacity that is lying idle. Some people say we have overcapacity. I disagree with that. We have idle capacity. What it simply means is that you have contracted a 200 megawatt capacity. What it means, they should be available for you anytime you need it. But eventually, you did not develop your demand, and you are consuming less than the 200 that you have contracted, meaning you have 100 megawatts left idle. This can be monetized. We are blessed to be surrounded by countries that are hungry for electricity. We should free the system. Regulation should free the system to allow this idle capacity to be sold outside. This is not an additional revenue to the IPPs or to the generators. It goes to set off what ECG will have been paying as the generators. A third solution I would suggest has to do with the renewable. What I want to say is that it appears we are looking at the renewable as a developmental target rather than energy security issues. What that means is that if we build in utility scale renewable, say for instance solar, this goes to complement the thermal capacities that we have. We raise the issue of fuel supply that is not consistent. If we have large-scale renewable plants, they go to complement. And we absorb ourselves from the volatilities of fuel supply, price hikes, look at how much we are spending to procure liquid fuels to enable this system keeps operating. Thank you very much. A few points.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll start from when he left up on the issue of renewable energy, because I think that there's this continuing misconception that renewable energy is something you do after you've done everything else. Reality is that today, renewable energy should be part of the solution for Ghana as far as building a resilient and cost-effective system is concerned. Give you a specific example. Today, we are running what we call simple cycle plants. Simple cycle plants are the most inefficient of thermal plants in Ghana today, 24/7. So on a bright sunny day, you are producing in Ghana from simple cycle plants at 11 cents. 11 cents per kilowatt hour. You can get the same energy from renewable energy for less than 10 cents. And that is the representative from the Ministry of Energy speaking. Today, you can get 8-9 cents. So renewable energy can stand on its own based on its economic merits. Let's forget about the sustainability and all of that. That was ancient history. Today, the economics of renewable energy is compelling. China, I was just reading before this, China has 1,000 of Akusumbos in solar capacity, 1,000 of them. So and China is an industrial country. So if China is doing it, India is doing it, and they are still doing so, and they are also still producing power at 1/3 of the cost of producing power in Ghana, wherein lies this idea that somehow renewable energy is inconsistent with industrialization. So I think that we need to look at the possibilities of renewable energy. It's immense. Secondly, we talked about the issue of, I come from VRA, so I look at more at the generation sector segment of the industry. Bottom line is, the generation sector is quite inefficient because, Doc alluded to that, we are using a lot of inefficient technologies. Today, 40% of our thermal capacity is inefficient. There are different categories of thermal plants. The most efficient one is, say, efficiency of about 45%, intermediate one, let's say 36%, lower one, 30%. The 30% is we have a number of them, driven largely by the way we procured power in the past. In the past, our procurements were driven by a crisis. So, there's a crisis, you bring in the technology, you are only interested in time because you want problem as early as possible. But in so doing, you sacrifice efficiency. Now, once we build those plants and the crisis is over, instead of moving ahead to invest additional capital to make them efficient, we keep them in that inefficient state. We did a calculation yesterday. I'm talking about yesterday. If we are displaced, some of the inefficient technologies that GridCo was going to use to generate power will have saved more than $300,000 a day. And that is the cost we're talking about. It's real. Now, what is that? Why is that important? The only way you can increase prices is to reduce cost. I think that we've taken a revenue approach which is not working. Today, if you look at the tariffs in Ghana today, retail tariffs for those above 300 is about 20 cents. The average in the world is 17 cents. Industry today, the MV, is also about 20 cents, even slightly like 21 cents. They pay all kinds of taxes, COVID and the rest. So by the time you add all those things, you are doing 26 cents. Industrial tariff in China, India is 1/3 of that. You cannot use revenue measures today to address the problems in the sector. We've got a point where you just kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. So we need to be looking at efficient way of reducing costs. SLR1, we had SLR1, SLR2, SLR3. Between 2020 and 2025, we've increased tariffs by 75%. And we are still in a crisis. We've increased SLRs multiple times, and we are still in a crisis. And the cost, we are talking about legacy costs. What is legacy cost? Legacy cost is cost incurred yesterday. We are not even talking about the future. So I think that the fully sustainable way is to look at the efficiencies in the sector and address them across the value chain. Looking at the energy sector, the rep from Energy Commission, Ministry of Energy, one is competitive procurement. But, the laws, but I think that action speaks louder than laws. And that's what we need to look at. He mentioned that we had laws for procurement of renewable energy on a competitive basis. It was done, it was not implemented. And that, I think, is the challenge we face. So many laws, very little implementation. If you're able to implement these competitive procurement laws and we're able to get the right technologies at the right price, then in the future, we are likely to have a lower cost that will not require all these increases in tariffs and taxes, which are becoming unbearable. And that way, then we can solve the problem. The third issue, again, looking at the efficiency. Today, VRA, I'll speak for VRA because that's where I come from. We have plans today that if you were to invest a bit of capital to convert to more efficient plants, will save you about $80 million a day. Easily. $80 million a year, sorry. So these are all opportunities today to reduce costs. I mean, I want to focus on reducing costs rather than constantly looking at the issue of, because it's not, even though I'm from VR and we've asked for tariff increase, the reality is that a viable industrial sector is good for us. That is where we get our money, and that is the basis upon which we can invest for the future. The cost of supplying industry is lower than everybody else. So having a tariff that kills them off is not in our interest. So I think that there has to be some balance between cost and tariffs. And there should be there's too much emphasis on revenue measures because they are quick to do. We can pass a tax tomorrow. But to address the structural issues that will reduce costs takes 3 to 4 years. And sometimes the time within which we usually look at this does not make us put emphasis on that. But that is the only sustainable way of achieving the goal that we want. The final issue I want to raise is the issue of, you talked about financing. And I'll look at it from let's say the public sector point of view. We currently have a 2-tier system from a cash waterfall where IPs, who are a small segment of the industry, get priority. VRA, which is a coal generator, we generate about 50% of the energy in the market. Grid transmission, ECG, gets virtually nothing. Meanwhile, we all play a role. As Dr. said, it's a system. And a system is only as strong as its weakest link. So if by virtue of the commitments we make to this IPP, we think most of the revenue should go to them, what we are doing is, yes, they will be okay, but the rest of the system will not work. And so we have a situation where, to be honest with you, the IPPs probably are making some money, they're making some profit, but nobody else is. Ghana Gas is not making, VRA is not making, ECG is not making, and Gridco is not making. And the key to a viable and reliable system is having companies that have the financial strength to keep investing. And if critical elements of that, the ECG, VRA are not to do that, then you're not really making progress. So I think that, again, we need to have a holistic view of that issue. Let's be fair and proportionate in the way we allocate the revenue so that everybody in the supply chain can do what is necessary to achieve reliable power supply. Thank you very much.
Okay. Before Dr. Alote comes in, the issue that is pregnant in what I'm hearing, reduce costs, go for technology that's more efficient, augment maybe the gas with renewable. And there are no cost options for doing this if we securitize or monetize some of the capacities. That's what I'm hearing. And this can be done in the next 3 years and set us in a more efficient generation and distribution. The second one that is staying with me is I tend to it as a value chain. Why do you generate if you cannot transmit? Why do you transmit if you cannot distribute? You talk of why do you install capacity more than you can use, even though you can sell it? And why are we not selling? These are the things that I'm hearing as immediate actions that we can take. Dr. Alote?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think I'm on this panel just to give a wing of where nuclear fits in all this resilience of our energy system that we actually want to actually have in the next 3 to 10 years. Now, it's important to note that in the same way AI is actually moving at various paces, there is a whole new wing going on in nuclear. All right. So many countries, both developing and actually developed, are actually looking really at how nuclear can ensure that they have energy security, sustainability, and also meet their climate goals. Now, interestingly, Ghana, we have done quite well in terms of the development of our nuclear power program. The International Agency has a framework called the milestones approach, okay? And Ghana, from a bottom-top approach, has been able to work well to actually move our program a lot. But the problem is that we've reached a decisive point where nuclear is government-driven. All right? Everywhere, there's a lot of geopolitics involved. So government must really own the program and drive it. So based on that, I'll just make 3 recommendations. Now, we are looking at nuclear not against any of the other alternatives, complementing what we have, complementing our gas, complementing our renewables, complementing our hydro. But it has a place to actually fit within the ecosystem that we are talking about. To do that, the first thing is that it's important that government establish what is called the board of the Nuclear Energy Implementation Organization. In Ghana, it's actually called the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization. The job of that organization is to coordinate and make decisions, critical national decisions affecting the program. That is a key thing in our program. Within that international framework, that part of it, that board part of it, has been a problem. That's the first thing. And that can be done immediately. Next one has to do with the fact that in developing a nuclear power program, there is the program and there is the project, okay? A program is made up of projects. Now, one of the key things is that for the project, government has established the operation organization called Nuclear Power Ghana. Now, government should be able to resource them to be able to work on their technical and financial feasibilities that they are doing on 2 framework agreements they have established. Now, in the preparatory meeting, I showed countries that are giving tariffs for nuclear from 2.9 for those plants are already paid for, to about 6 for plants that have not been paid for, 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So if the operating organization is able to do its work well, Ghana should be possible to actually get a single-digit tariff for nuclear. We did that in our phase 1 pre-feasibility, and we saw that it was possible. So if work is done on that, something can actually help us in that regard. So that's point number 2. My third point is that, you see, when you're entering into nuclear, there is the nuclear grade. Nuclear grade is above traditional grade. So the question is that if somebody can jog, the person can also what? Walk. So entering into nuclear creates a whole transformative system. So Ghana should not consider nuclear as only for energy generation. It should consider it as part of a transformation agenda. Okay? And that affects all industries, human development, many areas. Many people talk a lot about the Asian tigers. They talk about South Korea. The story of South Korea, when you dig deep, nuclear is at the bottom of it. So Ghana should consider the program, find a way to legitimize it, not only for energy generation, but as a transformation, the ability that it has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alote. So we are sitting on a huge potential in the nuclear sector. We need to find a way to put it into the mix properly. Thank you, my brother.
All right, good afternoon. I'm just impressed by Dr. Alote's passion for nuclear. Of the 4 pillars, I'll focus on finance. And in all the remarks that have been given, it's quite clear that you need money to make things happen. Now, before we can get new investment coming to the energy sector, we need to tackle the legacy debt. And Reindorf did mention that there's a need for us to almost put together the existing debt into a special purpose vehicle, set it aside, and then issue bonds against that SPV. When you do that, you can almost immediately pay off these debts. You can then go ahead and list this particular SPV on the stock exchange. Abner did mention in our earlier presentation that there's over 100 billion. There are pension funds with money looking for places to invest, insurance companies and whatnot. So that is another avenue for you to raise funding for that particular sector. That's number one. Before any financial institution will even consider going into the energy sector, they would want to have transparency. They would want credibility of cash flows. So, for example, if you come to my bank, which is Fidelity, we are more than willing to finance the energy sector. But everything that we will do must be on the foundation of credible cash flows. It must be on the foundation of governance, where you know that indeed money that is meant to go to A will eventually go to A and will not end up at B. There have been instances where we finance customers, and then when there is a change of government, suddenly repayment stops and there's default. So the other thing I'm actually looking at is consistency in policy. That actually outlives the political cycle which we have. That is very, very key. Now, the problem within this particular space, for which we are sitting here to proffer solutions, is not a matter of capacity. No, not at all. There are several institutions that we can actually leverage on. There are DFIs who are more than willing to give guarantees to go hand in hand with the local banks to finance these sectors. But they will only do that when they have clear visibility on the entire cash flow within the system. So I'll just keep it very simple. Let us bring transparency to the space. Let us have visibility on cash flow. Let government build trust with the financial institutions so that we can commit our capital to supporting the industry. Without that, very little can be done. And with that, we can actually push this particular sector to the next level that it deserves.
You're making a very profound statement there. Very profound. It is not an issue of capacity, it's an issue of transparency and governance. Are we able to, as has already been said, to show transparency on the revenues, the tariffs? What are we collecting? Where's the evidence? What are the KPIs for the parties to be measured by? Colleagues, I want to open the floor to get some contributions. Remember, we are not in question and answer only, but what are you proposing as actionable? I've seen 2 hands, I've seen 3. Are the mics around? Let's start with the hand here and there, and then I see a 4th one, okay? The mics, somebody help me with the mics. Yeah, the first hand, the second one, the 3rd and the 4th, okay, and the 5th one. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so my name is Harriet Misartha, Executive Partner of Arthur Energy Africa. My question to us, ladies and gentlemen, is why subsidize a sector that is so viable? Why? I mean, in other parts of the world, this is a sector that's doing so well. It's on their stock exchanges. People are investing in it. So, and in our country, even in a broken economy like ours, our energy sector is one of the most liquid, even in the state in which it is. And yet it continues to collect money from government, sucking money from other areas that cannot produce any money. There's something fundamentally wrong. The question I want to ask is, who owns our energy sector? Who is the owner? Because if we don't have an owner, there's no responsibility. So I think that in asking and proposing these solutions, as has been said, we know the problems, we know the solutions, we have the people, but it's not working. And I want to refer us to the Makola woman. My mother was a Makola woman. These people work night and day. They don't talk the big English we talk, no liquidity, capital, interest, nothing. When COVID happened in this country, they fed us. They found where to get what we could not. They went into the bush when most of us had quarantined. They fed us. How can we as professionals, into whom so much has been invested, sit around such a pot of gold and continue to suck the most from what we do not have? I think that one of the questions I want us to address is to actually do some research into who owns this. My last point, and I'm going to sit down, is that I think if you listen to what we've been saying so far, it's about business, effective business operations. And I'm saying this because it's really not efficiency, because you can be efficient doing the wrong thing. Are we being effective? And I really don't like the word affordable too much. Are we cost competitive? Because it's not about what you can afford. It's about paying the right price for a good service. And I think if I look back on my 40-year career in this sector, it's been a sinusoidal curve. Up one day, down, under the bush, and back up. And I think that if we're really looking at an economy that has sustained growth, most of the heavy investments that are done, the good investments that are done, when people do due diligence, they're looking at 10-year horizon, 20-year horizon. They want to see if you can assure them that they're going to have power for the next 10 to 20 years. And what we do is focus on avoiding doomsday, because we want to watch tomorrow's football match. And we say we want to grow an economy. I honestly think that the few, I know, the discussion we're having here today were discussions I had 40 years ago. We just did not have the technology. We didn't have a phone that could record it. If I had and I had played it today, it would have looked at 2025. So I think it's about time we ask not so much the technical questions. If the environment is right, if we're running a viable business, if we have a plan that somebody can believe in, people will invest in us. So we have to find the owner of this sector, we have to take responsibility for it, and we have to lead it. The technology, whether it's solar or nuclear or whatever have you, in every business you interrogate it, and you find out whether this works for you at this time. So it's not about, there'll be more technologies coming. The question is whether we have the ability, and we want to, and we will, interrogate it to see where it fits in our general plan. What is the plan going forward? And ladies and gentlemen, I think that having spoken quite a bit, as we talk about this, let's have a plan so that people can come alongside us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Let's get the mic here. But I'm listening carefully and beginning to think the issue is not technical capacity or financial ability. The issue is governance and transparency. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for this very important conversation. I always believe that we must appreciate darkness a lot more, because light only exists because of darkness. So the energy sector should be very grateful for us being the dark continent. That said, my question comes in, I didn't see this coming in a lot in terms of, we're talking about the oil sector, and we're seeing that Ghana has a target, and I stand to be corrected, where we need to generate 10% of electricity through solar panels and solar energy. The question then comes in that Africa contributes 30% of the lithium and cobalt that gets used in solar. And solar, as much as it's being considered as renewable, it's not recyclable. So we're going to say we're moving from oil dependency to waste dependency, because we tend to do things, I'm an African, we tend to do a lot of things on a knee-jerk reaction, and we try to follow trends that are happening globally for issues that we haven't caused. So we're talking about a target that we need to achieve in the next 5 years, and we haven't talked about putting up recycling plants for solar or for any of this e-waste. What are we going to do? We're pushing this agenda of EV vehicles, all that, saying that it's supposed to be good for the environment. So when we mine this lithium, we mine this cobalt, what happens to the environment? What are we growing back in that place? To be able to use EV means you need to charge, which means you need to use electricity. If you use electricity, you have to use water. Have we thought about what we're going to do in terms of replacing water? Those are the questions that I think the lady talked about in terms of planning. Let's just really start asking the hard questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, sir. One more important thing, because I'm not going to get a chance to say this on mice. This problem that we have perennially as Africans, I'll give you an example on the solar. IFC comes and puts money into Ghana to support projects, okay? I'm not going to mention the names of the countries. And then the monies come in, given to us to do these projects, and then a certain country, companies from that country come in, take that money, export it out, bring in the solar panel, bring in the technology, procure everything out, and then the only thing they do here is to use labor, maybe just a few percentage of it, because they'll import people to do that as well. Are we doing something right, or are we doing something wrong?
Your last point was responded to earlier, that there's domestic funding. It's possible to do domestic funding if we do the plan well, we are transparent, and the governance is clear. The issue is we don't need to depend on external funding, but we haven't got the fundamentals right. That's the argument I'm hearing. There are 3 hands on this side. Yes?
Good afternoon.
We just have some 3
Good
minutes.
afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Aditi Akui. I come from 2A Multi-Consult and Ride Industry. Yeah, my question goes to the Honorable Minister for the rep. The first one has to do with Minister. I just want to draw your attention to something here. I think the last month, which PDF were to take ECG as what PDF, that month, I think the revenue which ECG collected that month was more than a whole year revenue. So go and check your record. If I'm what? I'm making sense. Go and check that record. It tells that I think ECG need to be privatized, because that very month, everything, including the staff, the way they were coming to work, attendance, everything changed. But now go and see, they have relaxed. How come that you tell me that you budget for consultancy fee 30 million, then the actual become what? This is 50 million. Then nothing. Then you tell Ghanaians that we should pay for what? Increment in tariff, 150%, 200%. It doesn't make sense.
I hear your point, sir.
Second one, I'm coming. The second one also go like this. The second one has to do with your renewable energy. Please, the structure is so robust that private sector cannot access it, because I've tried this several times and it doesn't work. As I speak to you, I have so many investors who are willing to invest in the renewable sector. But the fact is that there's nothing there which will even motivate the private. When you go, they will frustrate you. You can't even go ahead. These are the 2 things I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more hands there. Our time is almost up. Yes, 2 hands on that side, and then there's a 5th one there. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. In my estimation, I think we have 2 major problems. My name is Felix. In all we are saying, I just want to ask one question. Do we have the people to lead every sector of Ghana towards growth? Because it looks like not only the energy sector, every other sector of Ghana is just not doing well. And you want to ask yourself whether after all the education that we have had over the years, we can actually say we have the men and women that would take Ghana from where we are today to the promised land that we need.
Thank you.
I say this because it is people who caused all this legacy debts that we are talking about.
All right.
Again, today, if you are in this room and you are building a house, try acquiring an ECG meter or a water meter. And then you would appreciate the reason why I say people. Why? Governments will come, governments will go. But there are people like all of us here today, when we have the opportunity to lead, we go there and don't lead. And our laws allow people to lead us out of anything out in this country. So
Thank
please,
you very much.
Today, as we look for the money, as we look for everything that we want to look for, we should ask ourselves whether we are being honest to ourselves as Ghanaians, whether we have the men or the people who can take us out. But yet, we sit every day.
Thank you, sir.
And we talk about the issues every day. Thank you.
I need to wrap up. Sorry, sir. I need to wrap up. I've just been prompted to wrap up. Panelists, we wanted to have a second round to hear your voices, but we may not be able to do that. But bear with me a little. What I'm hearing are two things. We have the technology, we know the technical solutions, including nuclear. But the issue is, do we have sufficient transparency and governance mechanism to use this potential to leverage investment to do the needful along a value chain, an integrated energy value chain, attending to industry, attending to local domestic consumption? I guess this is the issue we are dealing with. It's more human than technical. And time doesn't allow me to go around to pick your opinions again, but am I summarizing enough what your opinions are? It's not about lack of money. It's not the absence of technology. It's just that we are not transparent enough with our governance system to interest people who can come on board. Thank you very much for your time with us, and thank you for your contribution. Stay.
We're very grateful to you, Mr. Inkum, and the rest of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for them. Just before we get into the final leg of today's forum, I'd like to once again say a very big thank you to our moderator, Mr. John Inkum, who's the founder and executive director of Inkum and Associates, for masterfully going around the conversations on energy. Would also like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Maxwell Asare, who's the director for multinational and local corporates of Fidelity Bank, who are our major partner. Also, Engineer Kweku Wiafe, the Director of Engineering Services at VRA. Dr. Nikwashi Alote, the Technical Director of EBSCO, Nuclear. Dr. Elikplim Kwabla Apetogo, who is the CEO of the Chamber of Independent Power Producers, IPPs. Randolph Ano, a partner of KPMG Ghana. Dr. Benjamin Boachi, Executive Director of Africa Center for Energy Policy. And Dr. Nidako Asante, who is an independent energy consultant. Once again, would perform the very important rite of presenting plaques to them for the major contributions to the conversations here at the 2025 Ghana Economic Forum.
Baby,
We're grateful to the board chair, Dr. Edith Dankwa, for doing us the honors. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would zoom in straight on agribusiness, especially as lunch is heavily calling on us at this time. Before we go for lunch and call this an afternoon, I'd like to introduce our moderator for the next session. Before that, however, I'd like to have the following here on the stage with us as our contributors, who will be dealing with the topic value addition for currency stability, transforming agriculture into an industrial powerhouse. Madam Fatima Ali Mohammed, the CEO of African Brand Warrior. Alberta Akosa, the founder and executive director of AgriHouse Foundation. Alex Ejay Amponsa, the director of SME banking at Fidelity Bank. Raymond Denta, who is the agribusiness and finance market systems consultant, and Raghav Mandana, who is the regional chief finance officer for Olam Agri Ghana. One more time, Raghav Mandana, who is the regional CFO for Olam Agri Ghana. Raymond Denta, he's an agribusiness finance market systems consultant. Alexa J. Amponsa, Director of SME Banking, Fidelity Bank. Alberta Akosa, Founder and Executive Director of AgriHouse Foundation. And Madame Fatima Ali Mohammed. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome a seasoned and experienced agribusiness industry executive with many years of practice at his fingertips. Shall we do a big round of applause as we welcome Mr. Robert Dovlo.
Hello. Great. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to moderate this distinguished panel on agribusiness. Agribusiness, at the end of the day, is about food, and we stand between you and lunch. So we're going to do our very best to keep you engaged and ready for lunch when we are done overall. The topic at hand, at the end of the day, we are looking at agribusiness being part of the transformation and, in particular, addressing the current issue of the day of currency stabilization. It presupposes that for currency stabilization, there is the issue of importing food. There is the issue of producing enough food for us to eat. So, we import food, which means we're putting pressure on the dollar, our main currency for imports. At the same time, we have an opportunity to export and earn dollar revenue. This conundrum and this paradox that we have to manage would mean that Ghana today will have to move away from what is largely subsistence agriculture, what is largely dependent on importing our basic food needs, and how do we do that? And this distinguished panel is going to help us do that. So what I'll start off with is to ask each member of the panel to have their opening statement that reflects their areas of expertise and their current comments on the topic. Then after that, we'll delve into various aspects of what they've said, and we'll give you, the audience, the opportunity to ask questions as well. So, with that, I ask you to start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. So, I think very important topic, and very important because agric have so much potential of actually helping us to stabilize our economy. And basically, we are all here from whatever has sustained us this morning up to this level.
we need to check either it is something that we have produced here or something that we have imported from elsewhere. But it goes beyond what we eat, and it goes into the fact that it's the mainstay of some individuals in the society also. So let me pick together as a bank, because I work Fidelity Bank, what I believe we stand to do if we're able to work together in harmony to bring out the best out of the sector. One, today, I don't see why Ghana, with all the opportunity and the potential that we have, we should still be importing frozen, and we don't know sometimes how many years and months that these bears are poultry into the economy. Why can't we fix this ourselves? We produce almost everything, and we almost export everything in raw state to other economies for them to process it for us. What is it that we are lacking that we cannot come together to expand our processing capacity? We all say agric is riskier, and if those of you who were here earlier on when my DMD presented, the NPL within the non-performing portfolio within the agri sector is quite a significant one, and basically it makes everybody shy away from lending to the agri sector. But the good thing is that over the last 6 years, we've seen a collaboration that we have done that is working, and we believe that that is the kind of activities that we need to do to develop agri sector. One, the creation of GESEL, collaboration with banks. Basically today, I can say that GESEL effort had led us to expose about 1.6 billion Ghana cedis to the agri sector, from primary production to manufacturing. And out of this, about 500 million Ghana cedis of this has already been paid. And then NPL, as far as GESEL is concerned, is nothing to write home about, and it's not up to the level that we are talking about. So it's capacity issue, understanding the agric itself, making funding available, and making sure that we guide farmers and actors in the space to get it right. That, if we're able to do, we believe that we should be able to unleash the full potential in the space, to support actors in the space, to ensure that we're able to expand production capacity, and then ensure that we're able to lower the food importation, the kind of imports that we do, to sustain our economy and also sustain our currency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rakaf, your opening statement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. So I believe for every step or every growth or every project that we take, there has to be an intent, there has to be the right process, and there has to be then only the right outcome can come. Our friend from Fidelity Bank, he just mentioned that we have been taking steps, we have been seeing collaboration. So I, as part of Olam Agri, who have been here for more than 30 years, certainly feel that there's the right intent that is following. But somewhere down the line in the processes, there are some gaps or potential which we can correct. And I'll quote it by virtue of some examples. There are various spaces in which we either import the grains or the commodities that we consume, or we export them without processing. Either ways, there is a value loss. And that value loss is pertaining to various issues. It is right from policy and planning perspective, the infrastructure that is available, the technology that is available, the support from banking and financial services industry that is available in structuring the right products to cater to that requirement, finding the captive or the right market for that where it can be serviced, from where the right inputs can be sourced, and also various tariff and other perspective. Needless to mention that since some of these industries have not been growing, there's also been a challenge of finding the right talent set, the right set of skilled employees who can contribute to this sector for its rightful growth. So as far as the transformation is concerned, can Ghana do it? Yes, certainly we can do it. We have seen many such examples in sub-Saharan Africa, and we don't need to go far to various other continents. In Southeast Asia, South Asia, there are enough examples South America, etc. But in our own neighboring countries, there have been various regulatory frameworks that have been put across, which have been helping those countries. In fact, in some of these cases in Ghana, where poultry, we used to be an exporter some decades back, which means that we were self-sufficient and rather exporting. We have now become totally import dependent and lost the ground on that heavily. So I think there's a lot that the corporates and government in a partnership can do together to bring up this space back for its, for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so for me, it's so sad that most of the issues we are talking about, we have the solution for them. Ghana is a country that is blessed with good land. We have the people, we have the technology. And the sad thing is that most of the problems we are talking about now, we've solved them in the past. Whether poultry, Ghana has been self-sufficient in poultry for a long time. Whether it's processing, cocoa processing, we've done that. And we seem to enjoy talking about the problem. Every year we meet, we talk about the problem. What we seem to lack the political will to implement the solutions. And we know them, listening to the vice president, to everybody. I thought we didn't even need this panel because all the issues have been set out, all the solutions have been set out, but we come and we talk. So I just hope that for once, we move to the next level. We just don't talk about the problems. We have that political will to implement the problem because we have the knowledge, we have the land, we have the technology and everything, but we should stop romanticizing about the problem and just do the needful.
Thank you. Madam Fatima.
Thank you very much. And before I start, I must apologize because I'm not your usual speaker who tends to push things under the carpet. One of the biggest challenges that we have, and I'm hoping that in this panel we're going to discuss, I didn't see that happening in the first two panels, is that we keep talking about the cost of living, but nobody's talking about what is the cost to live. For us as Africans, we keep using barometers of living under $1 a day. You know, what does that entail? Are we looking at global trends? Right now, the UK, as of last week, has already started putting on packaging information saying that if you buy this packet of food, you're contributing, you're taking already 8.1% of your carbon credit. Now, that clearly says that if we're going to be exporting any food out of Africa, of which we are the food breadbasket, it means we are contributing higher carbon credit, which means the first world, whether it's the Americas, the Europe, are already putting credit limits to what human beings can be able to purchase. So they're telling them that now we might give you 1,000 credit per month. So if you're going to buy cocoa that comes in from Ghana, you're contributing already 40 credit points, which means where's that food going to go if they're not going to buy it from us? Now, I'll give you an example of cocoa, and I talk about this all the time. And it's just like I like taking notes when people speak. We're talking about a population of 1.5, 1.6 billion people on the continent. We produce, between just Ghana and us and the other smaller, we produce 3 billion tons of cocoa. So even if I just do a simple mathematics, because we've been told as Africans, we're poor, 50% of us live under $1 a day, so I take out 50% of that 1.56 billion. And then I think about it and I say, oh, we've also been told 50% of us are under the age of 16. So obviously they don't have money, they're going to have to take money from mommy and daddy to buy. So let's take them out of the equation. Technically, it means with 3 billion tons of cocoa, Africans on the continent can consume it, and all they will need, it means, is 1.9 cups of a cocoa drink in a year. How many cups of cocoa do we drink in a day, or in a week, in a month? Are we saying we cannot sell this cocoa to ourselves? And that's why this whole conversation, sometimes I just feel, everybody in this room is intelligent, everybody has the information, the people that are sitting on this panel. And it's like rightly what my friend has said, Raymond, that we talk about these things all the time, but we don't do anything about it. I call it NATO, no action, talk only. And the reason being is that America, sitting there, has decided to put tariffs on the rest of the world. Now, people may think it's crazy, but let me tell you, I think it's a fantastic idea. Why? Because somebody has decided they're going to protect their country. We are the suppliers of the food industry in the world. Yet we are the poorest, we're the hungriest, we own 65% of the arable land. The rest of the world only owns 35%. 65%. And yet somebody can come and say, anything that you're going to export to me, I'm hitting you with a 15% tariff. Now, I'm just going to say this and I'm going to end it here. If it's just an analogy, which part of the body, and again I said, please excuse me because I tend to be very normal in the way I speak. Which part of the body do you think is the most important organ? If you spoke in general, the brain will say, I'm the most important because if I stop functioning, you can't do anything. The eyes are going to say, no, I'm important because if I don't see, you can't walk. The stomach will tell you, well, I'm the most important because if I don't eat, you guys are not going to function. Somebody somewhere, I remember in the First World, called us the shithole country, and we all got very upset. The most important part of the human body is actually the backside. And the day it blocks, the whole body doesn't operate. We being the food basket, can you imagine if we chose to say that we're not supplying you any cocoa, any coffee, any tea, we're not supplying any gold or silver just for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what do you think is going to happen to the markets? Yet somebody out there is telling you, I'm not going to give you a visa to enter my country, but you're allowed to come in. Somebody there is telling you that I'm not going to allow your product to come into my country unless you pay 15% of tariff. And we're okay with it. So I can't blame people on the outside. It's something that we as Africans, I don't know whether it's a generational curse or what it is, but it's time to change this narrative. Somebody make me the president of any continent, any country in Africa, and I would like to make this difference in one day and say, I'm stopping exports of any raw material. And then let's see what happens.
Thank you. Madam Alberta.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Alberta Nanecha Akosa, and I work with AgriHouse Foundation. Our work basically is directly at the grassroots. We work with farmers, smallholder farmers. We work with youth. We work with commercial farmers. We work with farmers with disabilities who we now classify as farmers with capabilities due to what we see them do. And over the years of working with over 200,000, 300,000 farmers, I tend to see our agricultural sector in 3 ways. One, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And which categories fall in the good? That every time we see vibrant youth, motivated youth, who want to take the lead and take the charge, but are not exposed to the opportunities. The bad is that we also have an aging population of farmers who are very passionate. I see them as the gold in the soil. I see them as the seed, the soul, and the heart of agriculture. They are committed to do more, but we don't have the necessary infrastructure within the communities. Ghana has 16 regions. We have over 261 districts, over 16,000 communities. And we have smallholder farmers scattered across. But when you go to the grassroots, right from Gushegu to Limbinsi to Zabzugu, some of them have to travel far to even get access to inputs. So imagine all these 16 regions have the needed infrastructure that can support to boost agriculture. It will even reduce the rural-urban migration. But we see a lot of the young girls, even in Limbinsi, moving to Accra to do Kayaye. Now we have the good, the bad, we have the ugly. The ugly is also the same as the youth, who again are demonstrating beyond reasonable doubts that if given the needed resources, the push, even if included in policy direction or governance, we will be able to contribute meaningfully to the future of food, but yet we are still behind. So, I mean, it's time, I believe, that we don't only walk the walk, but we walk the talk. And it's right from leadership. And when you get to the ground too, you know, there are lots of resources, sometimes it's in abundance, but you realize that it's our own nature. We look at the profit more than the value. So we are short-term people, you know, so even if it's given to us, we look at what is the immediate profit than looking at the value in the long term. So there are lots of opportunities available. It's about how do we connect the unconnected? And that is the key question that we can ask. How do we connect the unconnected? Is that about policy? Is that about our mindset? Is that about our leadership? What's it about? And I think, lastly, we are looking at the area of exports as well. How do we grow our export markets and make use of our raw materials? And more often than not, we realize that we are not looking at the value and the volume. You see, so we're able to get opportunities to export, and we do one, we do two containers, we are done. Because we are not looking at the volume. How do we come together to build strong associations that can, you know, we are doing share barter, everybody is doing share barter, let's bring it together. And then we're able to have a good agreement that when we're able to export, this is what we all share. But then we're able to do two, and so buyers outside are also losing that confidence in us. So it's key that we talk about these things, but it's very important, but we look at how to connect the unconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberta. Thank you, panelists. They deserve a round of applause for teeing up their various perspectives on the issue. Just to remind us, our objective here is to profess solutions, right? We've talked a lot about problems. And the key solutions we are looking for here in agribusiness space is linking the opportunities in agriculture to Ghana's industrialization agenda, which means that we are no longer talking about necessarily a 2-hectare cassava farm or some small tomato plant somewhere or a rice mill somewhere. We're talking about moving agriculture into scale production, moving agriculture into quality, moving agriculture produce into global standards, moving agriculture to a marketplace where there is demand and people are willing to pay for those goods and services. So let's put that context as we move forward in that regard. Now, so using a couple of specific agri-value chains that you know of in Ghana, I'll first move on to Raghav. Please speak to some examples of opportunities where you've seen us move the needle on industrialization. What has worked? What are the challenges?
Thank you. I'll again take the example of poultry and frozen food supply chain that exists in Ghana today. And again, take us back some decades back where we used to be self-sufficient and plus rather exporting. That industry is not only about selling poultry items, it's a whole value chain in itself. Right from the farms that will grow the feed to the value-added processing that each of this feed can be done. Right from the quality that can be served, the employment that will generate on the farmlands, the employment that will generate for the logistics and infrastructure supply chain associated to that. And today it being 100% imported supply chain where everything is coming imported and not really the best of the quality that we are getting. We are getting probably if I can make that claim that we are getting the worst of the qualities that is getting shipped as a continent and to Ghana. There's a lot that can be done. But again, it will not happen on its own. It will happen with public, private, government, participants, all coming together, thinking a long-term vision and having certain policy frameworks going behind that. That is where the solution lies. For instance, how do we start? We don't want to create a food insufficiency, but how do we start having a vision of growing all this locally? How do we have the hatcheries, the farms to grow corn, soya, maize? Anyways, as a industry, we are self-sufficient on bran, which is also one of the key ingredients. We grow enough soy and maize in the country. Why those need to be exported in a raw form or less semi-processed form, and again import the soybean meals, for instance? So these are some of the places where we need to have change going in. We need to have policy frameworks. We need to have large-scale commitments from industries and also from the government in supporting those business environment, so that those policy changes, when implemented, can sustain those market participants and help them grow and help this sector grow. This will directly reduce the imports and also create enough value addition where these things can be rather exported from the country. Similar examples can be taken in terms of aquaculture, where there's a huge potential for Ghana to export shrimps and prawns, etc. So that is where we need to make efforts and come together and work on those policy frameworks.
Thank you, thank you. So I'll move to Raymond. Along the same dimension of industrializing, choose a particular value chain. Let's speak to market systems on how that is built around that value chain.
Okay, so for me, I think one of the challenges we have as a country is the fragmented way in which we implement some of these agricultural strategies. I mean, we do things in silos, and that doesn't help. We need to look at the industry holistically. I will have to talk about poultry too, because currently I've been employed to put together a poultry master plan to try to revive the poultry sector in Ghana. I just want to give a color to what you just said. Look, currently, statistics show that we import about 400,000 metric tons of chicken to Ghana every year. Let's put that in context. Let's assume Ghana decides, as a market system approach, we want to do 10% import substitution, 25% import substitution. If you are doing 25% import substitution, it means you need to produce locally about 100,000 metric tons of chicken. That translates, assuming the live weight of the chicken is 2 kilos, that translates to about 67 million poultry that has to be processed a year, 67 million. That translates to 1.3 million birds a week. So where do we get the feed to feed this? If each bird is taking about 3.5 kg of feed, we are looking about 220 metric tons of feed. About 65% of that is maize, 35% of that is, 60% of that is maize, 35% of that is soya. Where are you going to get the maize from? Currently, how much maize do we produce? Now, we will need about 40 processing plants. So we need to have a holistic strategy where we're getting the input. Currently, we don't have a very strong breeder farm system in Ghana. So all our day old chicks, all the hatch eggs are imported. When you import, you're adding another cost of freight, cost of duty, and even the quality, because they're going to travel for many hours. And these are live birds, and the quality, the performance, and other things will be affected. So how do we address this? Fortunately or unfortunately, we've used systems that has helped us in other sectors. Let's take oil palm. I mean, there have been so many outgrower systems where there's technical operator, there's finance, you have smallholder farmers. They put these people together, and they do it successfully. One example is what was done by TOP, Chifu Oil Palm Plantation, in 1994-96, where with funding from the French Development Agency, they brought some smallholder farmers. Each person had a plot. TOP was the technical operator supplying the technology, input, and within a very short period, within a particular time, they were able to repay. So why can't you pick lessons from that into poultry? Why can't you pick lessons from that into cashew? Unfortunately, even the very industry that was done successfully, that and many other outgrower systems has been done successfully, you are not even replicating that. So the lessons, the value, everything is lost over time. So that's why I said earlier, we have the knowledge, we have the capacity, but it's implementation. Even we don't build on our successes from the past. So we keep ourselves in this vicious circle where we import low quality imports. And unfortunately, even for the imports, most of the countries we import from, they subsidize their market. If you go to the shelf, if you go to the UK or America and look at the cost of a chicken on the shelf on any supermarket, it's more than twice what it's cheaper than, more expensive than what we buy in Ghana. So how do you add freight, duty, and sell it in Ghana cheaply? So we need to, we need to protect our market. 2, we need to learn from the lessons of our successes, even our failures, you can learn from them. And 3, we need to have that political will and the willingness to want to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Madam Fatima, you're about branding and positioning. So if we take up from Raymond's and earlier Raghav's poultry example, here is the case where you have a situation where a kilo of chicken coming from Brazil will cost you a good 50-60% cheaper than a locally produced chicken. Now, if you're anything like me, I buy chicken myself sometimes, I'll be looking at the price difference and I'll make a decision. It boils down to price. But there's something about positioning, there's something about branding, there's something about made in Ghana. What would that do to a poultry industry in Ghana? Could you speak to that?
I think I won't only restrict it to poultry. I mean, we'll talk about cashew.
You can go any. Let's use it.
So obviously, when I've been here 16 years, and at that time the CD was 1-1. Then I've seen it go to 1-16 and 17, and now again 1-10. And it's scary because at the time when we talk about poultry, Raymond and I worked together on the poultry self-regulation. When I was at AGI, and we've been trying to push that because we need to self-regulate the industry. Now, it was on one of the other panels that they talked about importation. Now, if we just look at simple data, even in terms of cancer, which was never an issue in Ghana. Today, you go to Korle Bu, it's the highest level of cancer that is happening. Why? Because the meats that we import, and I know Ghana Standards Authority have got me so many times on calls about this. The rule of thumb is that when something is been slaughtered or it's ready, it should have a manufacturing date, an expiry date. But if you look at the meats that come in, they don't have that. It doesn't tell you when it was actually produced because they work based on a FIFO system, first in, first out. So the meats that come to us are actually slaughtered years ago because they've got to build a capacity for war, for their soldiers, and then for the export market. So the chicken you could be having today is probably 2 or 3 years old. Now, to keep it alive means you're going to have to inject it with antibiotics. It's genetically modified. I mean, I went and bought a box of drumsticks. It was the size of turkey. Now, you do know that that means it has been fed and blown up and taken to that level, but because we don't have a substitute, because eating a roadrunner, which is what we call it in Kenya, which is the kienyeji, the local chicken, versus broilers, it's harder to cook the other one. So you always go for the easier way out. But we're allowing it, right? And that's where we have to question. Now, when we import meats, and we're bringing them, talking in poultry, whether it's fish. I mean, I don't know how many of you have walked into the supermarkets and looked at the fish fillet that you buy. Please type it into Google. You're actually eating white shark. It's not normal fish. It's white shark that we're eating, but nobody knows about it because we just look at price and we think it's, fish fillet, so let's get it. So we have to have these conversations because if you're importing, whether it's from Brazil or America or from the UK, it takes minimum 45 to 60 days before it gets here. We don't have cold facilities. Now, when meats come on high seas, they go through what you call a frosting, defrosting process. So that's why when you see some of the meats, they're not even the color that they should be. It's not pink, it's white, it's pale. So it defrosts. So by the time it's getting to you, it's not in a state to be consumed. But necessity is the mother of hunger, so we continue to want to eat. And again, it goes back to this conversation that we're all having, and it's all about solutions. And I have a very good friend, David, we all know him, who's been talked about on CNN and what he's doing in the poultry industry, what Olam is doing. We need to start adding value here. And that means if we have to stop doing the supplies to the rest of the world, we do it, because we've got to start thinking about ourselves first. If we look at the cashew industry, I was just looking at numbers. We exported over close to $300 million of cashew in raw form. And guess how much we were able to export in roasted form? Only $46 million, right? So clearly, now when you go into the shelves, we are receiving cashew that has already been roasted and is being sold back to us of our own. Then we have to ask the questions of who owns, and it's what the lady there was saying, she asked about who owns the energy sector. I'm asking who owns the entry and exit to every part of the continent right now. Who is funding you for the ports? Who's funding you for airports? Who's funding you for the roads? Who's funding you for the railways? Because that person then controls what comes in and goes out. So we send out raw materials in its raw form, and the person is able to produce it much cheaper and bring it back. So will manufacturing industries exist in Africa in the next 5 years? My answer is no. And that's what I'm saying, we need to look at that. And then we talk about cocoa. I don't know how many people in this room are aware that Ecuador, by 2026, will be the second largest producer of cocoa, overtaking Ghana. So you know about that. What are we doing with that information? We're still sitting here and thinking cocoa, cocoa, and cocoa solution. So we know that this is going to happen. What are we doing to ensure that we bring in industrialization in terms of from soil to pan, and be able to bring, like he said, we work in silos. So the solution is to try and work towards the end product. Again, we need to understand that the export market does not necessarily mean the Americas, the Canadas, the Europe. We need to be able to export within the continent itself. And the global international standards, it was talked about in the previous panel. Who's defining these international standards? I'm producing the cocoa, I am producing my gold, I'm producing what I need, yet somebody else there is deciding that this cocoa is not fit for consumption. So again, policy discussion, legislations are required, because if we're producing, we're the ones that have the palate to shea butter, you know, whether it's a substitute to cocoa. So why is it that, again, there's a dictated template that if you're sending this to me, then it's going to be of this quality. Palm kernel oil, which is used in lipsticks, in shampoos, again, that has been defined for us. So I think we really need to sit, and I don't want it to be seen as, I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I'm not going to look at myself being a Kenyan here, a Ghanaian state. We need to start looking at our strengths and weaknesses as a continent. And from the branding perspective, it can only work when we are cohesive in our thinking, when our standards are the same across the continent. What goes out of Kenya to whether it's the US and what goes out from Ghana should be of the same standards. So we need to be able, and last but not least, the world's food and beverage is owned only by 10 companies. Pick any brand that you want. Any brand here, anywhere, is owned by 10 companies. And then they have subsidiaries that own this. So in the food and beverage, and I'm not going to mention names of the companies, but they own everything, right? So when we talk about branding, how am I going to go and compete in the world where 10 of those companies own everything? So why can't I market it to my own people, right? Unfortunately, we have a mindset that the furthest something comes from, the better it is. But we're not very content with what we produce within the continent. So when we're producing shea butter or whatever, when we're sending it to America, my God, the packaging that we put to send to an American is unbelievable. Even the story and even the brand name. Try selling it to somebody in Ghana. We give them the crappiest packaging. We don't focus on labeling. We don't focus on the quality because the Makola woman is not going to buy it. No, our people are not going to. So until we don't increase our own standard of what we believe we're worth, somebody else is going to continue to do that for us and sell it back to us. So we need to really look at marketing and branding from a very different perspective.
Thank you for that. Thank you, that's wonderful. So we cannot leave the smallholder farmer out of this discussion, right? Smallholder farmer, anywhere you go in the world, are the backbone of the agricultural system. They produce the feedstock. They may not be in large scale, but they are able to aggregate. as opposed to larger industrialized production. Some commodities lend themselves to those large industrial production. Sugarcane, cereals lend themselves to that. Others are by nature actually smallholder farmers in itself. So for Alberta, let's talk about the kind of partnerships and arrangements that we can see with smallholder farmers that then enables them to be part of this industrialization agenda. Something and systems that doesn't keep them at the level of I'm only producing for my local market, be it neighborhood or my town. I am producing and feeding into a bigger industrial scheme that produces processes for domestic consumption and export. What is required?
All right, thank you. I think we've all established now that the smallholder farmers are feeding us, basically. And I think I always go by the same thing, that they are the seed for everything that we do. And so it's very important that we build structures that have them in mind. Again, I'll go back to the same thing and reference to Ghana and then what we do at AgriHouse Foundation. Now, I mean, every time we are traveling across the country, and one key thing that we could possibly do, which we have started doing at AgriHouse Foundation, is how we could bring them together in form of cooperatives and associations, because doing this individually is not really working. And again, we are not also able to meet the demands when we export. And it even goes beyond the smallholder farmer to SMEs, to beginner agribusinesses who start and then in the middle we stop because we think that it's still frustrating. But really it's about how do we bring them together. And I'll use possibly Kokoshi as an example. Presently, Kokoshi is the strongest, for me, is the strongest association in the country. They have a voice at the table. They sit on most of the decision-making organizations related to cocoa. They are well-structured, very strong leadership, policies and procedures guiding them, and they are even renting out properties out now for extra revenue. And these are models of success that we can look at to develop our SMEs and to develop our smallholder farmers. We have, again, we go back to the same thing. 16 regions. Out of these 16 regions, how many regions have we said, empowered to say, look, central region is good in this and this and this, so let's build the needed infrastructure, machinery, let's give it to them, and then let's focus on building them like that. So we are lacking in that area as well. It's very important we start by bringing them together for them to understand that producing in volume and in value can take us far than doing it independently. But then again, it's not anybody's fault. There are so many times where we are working with our associations that we try to bring them together and then one is cheated. So it's also about individuals and all that, and that's what I'm talking about. Every time we go on the ground, we realize that individual attitude, mentality is part of it. Also, I think we need a lot of capacity building, and we do that a lot at AgriHouse Foundation together with most of our partners. And normally it's about meeting the standards, FDA approvals, certifications, and all that. So if you're able to bring them together, we're able to support them to meet that standards, and then be able to export. We are working with, presently we're working with Gafaratu. Gafaratu is producing sesame seeds in Gushegu, in the northern region. And she's just lacking basic needs in terms of appropriate machinery and equipment. But she's been able to mobilize the group that she's working with. And presently, they've been able to explore markets in Kenya. And these are small, this is a very small group in Gushegu. Imagine that we are able to mobilize them like this and then support them with the needed capacity buildings and all that. Our institutional setup is also not supporting us. In Ghana, I think we have about 12 agri-colleges, and then we have, and which is scattered across the country. But the youth in these communities, when you talk about maybe Ohio Agri-College, you talk about Ejura, Kwadaso, Damango, even Aswanzi that was producing some of the best agri people we have today. As at 2, 3, 4 years ago, we had only 4 students in Aswanzi Agri-College. Only 4 students. So very sad. So these are the institutions that can support us to build capacity, and they are all collapsing.
Right.
So it's important that we look at capacity holistically, education, in terms of building our associations into cooperatives to be able to produce in the volumes and the value to meet the export demands.
Thank you, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been reminded that you are waiting for lunch, and yet we are talking about food. So I'm sure that is just making it worse. But we'll move forward. But before we do that, Alex, you want to speak a little bit to partnerships in banking, your ability to be part of the solution for industrialization. What does it take? If you could address that briefly, and then we open it up to audience. We'll give you an opportunity to ask 3 straight questions. We address that, and then we'll wrap up this session. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. I think today I can say that there are quite a number of partners that are ready to partner, come together to form partnership that seeks to solve problems. MasterCard Foundation in recent times had made available about 87 million USD to support and to develop some agro value chains. Fidelity is participating in this. As I indicated earlier on, together with GESEL, the ecosystem had managed to disburse about 1.6 billion Ghana cedis over the last 6 years, which in the time past, there's no way we could have done it. The NPL in my portfolio is just around 2%, agri sector. And it's working because we are not working in silos. If today we pick poultry and want to fix poultry, it is not merely getting poultry farmers, birds, feed, and then you are done. There are spent layers in Ghana that we have our neighbors coming from Togo and Cote d'Ivoire to buy them and cross over, and then we are here and we are feeding on imported ones. So what happened to processors? If we decide to finance a processor today, what capacity would they require? How many birds can we produce? How many birds can we serve them? Remember, interest rate in our part of the world cannot be 2%, 5%, 6%. We are talking today in the tens. Thanks to what the current government is doing, Ghana reference rate around 17%. So if I decide to do even around Ghana reference rate, I'm talking about 17%. The infrastructure cost for such a processor, for long term, for them to be able to pay within the next 6-7 years, can be that massive and impactful. So if they are not getting the best to feed them, to process and to serve the market, then it means that they will have an installed capacity that will not be able to serve any purpose. So we need to produce to serve them. So what I believe we need to do, if we pick poultry, for example, let's come together. The government is interested in the poultry, and we've heard the bold statement the president had made. The ministry is talking about it, and we understand that in the finance minister budget statement, it's likely that there will be a bold statement around that space. If we can come together, that the government is doing a bit of heavy lifting where it requires long-term investment for processors. The banks can come in. GESEL have capacity in guiding all of us in this process. We should be able to fix this. If we decide that we are going to even reduce the importation by even 10%, 20%, then we know that we are working towards solving a problem. I can assure you that we are ready in that. Today, MasterCard Foundation did not only come with 87 million USD. They came also with capacity building. And because Fidelity had done what we call Fidelity Young Entrepreneurs Fund, that we have used to train young individuals that had interest in this space. And we've seen that it's working. NPL is very low, so we've expanded that, and now we brought in the MasterCard Foundation funds. We're able to use that one to leverage on it, which also comes with first loss facility guarantee. That basically means that if we go into it, we can enter into other new areas that we can try. If it fails, you know that the funds that you have used to actually subsidize it is something that you are ready to test it, to put into test. So I believe if as a country we are ready to do this, it's not only a private sector led, it must be partnership between the government, the private sector, and the actors, and then, the agribusinesses in the space. We come together and be able to solve it. Just imagine what Raymond said about the amount of maize that we need, amount of soya that we need, amount of live birds that we need to be able to solve our poultry needs. If we're able to do that alone, look at the employment that we can create. We take our boys from the street, and when you sleep and when we sleep, we can sleep peacefully in the night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I open it up for questions. We have 3 slots. The mic to them. First gentleman here, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kojo Juanuleta, and I'm a trading analyst at Olam Agri. So I wrote down my questions so I don't waste time. My company, Olam Agri, has a keen interest in backward integration, particularly for rice cultivation to reduce our import bills. However, this requires massive long-term investment. Does the current framework for currency stability and economic reset include targeted incentives and de-risking mechanisms for agribusinesses willing to pioneer such strategic import substitution crops? My question is to Raymond. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take all questions first, and then we'll come back to that. Next one.
Right. Thank you very much. And my name is Antonio Morrison with the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana. My regards to all the panelists, my colleagues. The point is here, simple. No country in the world has ever industrialized using smallholder farmers who are illiterate, who are uneducated, who have overage population producing your food. It's not the pride to say that you have smallholder farmers producing your food in a country and yet you want to industrialize. No. No country, not even China, was able to do it. I think that as a country, we need to be very clear where our key priorities are as a country. Let us set the agenda as it fits. The first thing is that our farmers are not skilled enough.
Kindly be aware of the time. So
okay.
Please be
so this is just a contribution.
I'm
not asking a question.
So please to the point then. Yeah.
And what we used to say in the past, that we have competitive and comparative advantage, we do not have any of such. In this era of robotics, AI, Olam Agri, they do cashew. Ask them why they don't process cashew in Ghana. In India, one person can do the work of 4 people here in Ghana. In other jurisdictions, robotics is doing the work. So we do not have anything called cheap labor anymore. Now, the thing we're talking about, how do you triple your current acreage of land to harvest the same size or the same quantity? We do not have it because we are failing to invest in research and innovation. And research and innovation is what gives you your currency and your profit in the next 10 years. What we need to do simply is this. My brother has spoken about the poultry project and all that. No serious investor will put money in a short-term policy. Let's design a long-term agriculture and agro-industry policy to drive investment and put research. Adopt global market intelligence. Know where your competitors are, what they are doing. As we speak, in the next 3 to 4 years, Brazil will overtake Ghana and Ivory Coast when it comes to cocoa. Ecuador will do same. Peru developed blueberries 15 years ago. 10 years ago, they exported $230,000.
Hello, sir.
That.
You're going beyond your time.
Now, in 10 years, they have achieved 1.7 billion. We have had cocoa over the past 50 years. How much of cocoa have we exported? Let us derive a sustainability strategy that gives us the competitive edge. Otherwise, in the next 10 years, we will not have the agro industry in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. The last one.
Thank you.
The very last one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Fatima mentioned something that I found very interesting. Discourage exports, sell to our people. I'm a farmer from the northern region. We have just started harvesting. We are estimating about 100 tons of rice harvest for this year. But I read an article from a few weeks ago that about 100,000 tons of maize and rice remains from the last harvest, remains unsold. So I'm curious about this export discouragement and the economic principle of demand and supply. What happens to me, the farmer, when we constrict the market in this way and I still have to buy inputs for the next season and all that? Yeah.
Thank you. Insightful question. So, panelists, Raymond, you had a question very directed at you. If you could answer that in a minute, and then I would have each panelist have a closing statement. You each have a minute to do that, so then we can wrap this section off with the key insights, and then we call it a day. So thank you. Over to you, Raymond.
Okay, so let me attempt to answer your question within 1 minute. If you're not satisfied, maybe we can have some more talks after that. For me, I don't want to talk for government. I want to talk from experience, what I know. I think if you want to look at risk management, the GESEL arrangement is really working well, where they offer portfolio for banks who lend to agri-sector. This is something new, and it's working well. They're also doing training. They are working with the financial institutions to appraise the agri loans and things like that. So that's one aspect. Another thing, there are various risks. So that will look at maybe credit risk and other things. Let's look at weather-induced risk. Now, most of the rice is produced in the northern Ghana and other parts. And 2024, there was huge drought in Ghana. It affected yields. Even this year, there have been some dry spells in the northern part of Ghana. I think we also need to look at other risk-sharing models. One of the key ones that I have piloted and I think can work is parametric insurance, where easy to deal with smallholder farmers, where it's indexed to the weather. So there's parameters for rainfall and drought. So once you go outside those parameters, it triggers some compensation. So that really, really works. And for mechanization, I always tell people I work with in the north that, look, no big industrialized country, there's no big industrial country where farmers buy all the equipment. People buy tractors and keep it. They don't even manage it well. So we need to start looking at some mechanization centers where farmers can go pick up services they want, go to their farms. I mean, we have those so that the huge investment cost. A tractor from John Deere with all the amenities, the basic tractor, will cost about 40,000 Ghana cedis plus. I always tell farmers, you are better off keeping that 40,000 and going to buy produce when they harvest because there's no risk. So there are so many risks. Insurance is one, GESEL arrangement is another. And I think let's also be careful. We cannot easily move from smallholder farmers to big videos farmers. Smallholder farmers are the bane. We can find ways to serve smallholder farmers, bring them together, as Alberta mentioned. And there's a very nice model that has been working called the Village Savings and Loan, where farmers, you can use that to offer them credit. Repayment is very high. You can use that to offer them input credit, education, and things like that. You can aggregate those produce to meet your demand. So there are so many ways you could look at it. Insurance is one, using a smallholder farmer model to the VSLAs, and then the GESEL arrangement, and then the mechanization centers that I mentioned. So these four will be a very good start when you try to sort of manage the risk around smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. We'll go to Alberta first, and we'll just run down. We'll skip you, Raymond. You've had your closing statement in answering this question, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that Ghana has immense potential, and we keep doing it, and we can do more if we really put things in place well. It's really about the future of food. The EU has called for actions for every country to look at how by 2040 we could help sustain and build resilience for agriculture. And I think it's also worth noting, and I think everybody knows this, but that by 2050 we have about 10 billion people to feed, and Ghana is part. And it's time that we look at how we could build our communities, how we could empower our communities, how we could build the necessary infrastructure. I think Raymond has said something very strong, mechanization. But beyond mechanization, we need logistics as well. Having logistics and mechanization centers across is very important if we want to advance our agriculture. Also looking at inputs. In some areas, even Wellington boots is scarce. One of our farmers, Oti region, Nana, she died just 3 months ago just because of Wellington boots. I mean, knapsacks, we are lacking. Our boboya to carry the produce from the farm to the market. The last time it was 85 Ghana cedis per hour. Now it's gone up. So it's important we approach this practically, one region at a time. We don't need to rush. Every country that they've mentioned there, they started with smallholder farmers. They didn't go off having commercial farmers straight away. But their leadership style and everything was structured, and that is what we need. We can talk about all these things, but if we don't have a strong leadership direction, we will be coming back, and then we can review this in the next year, and it can be the same thing. So it's important that we put our words into action.
Thank you. Madam Fatima, 1 minute.
Yep.
Or
Just to the gentleman from the northern region, do you currently export rice? Okay, so you don't have a problem. I'll tell you why. Ghana currently imports 3 billion per annum of rice. It went up from 600 million. You should have been filling that gap from 600 to 3 billion. So don't come and tell me that we shouldn't be exporting, because that makes me very angry and upset, because as Africans, we should be feeding ourselves. 3 billion is you're spending, that money has gone out, it's not coming back. It's building somebody else's economy, okay? One CD that we spend, one CD or $1 right now is at, let's say, 11, 12, 13 CDs. It will rotate 8 times within the country, but once you send $1 out to import, it never comes back. So I think what is important, and my takeaway, or something that I want to leave for us, is that we need to start changing our mindsets. And we need to have a can-do approach. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, the leadership have clearly shown that it is possible to say we're not going to sell out anything unless we're getting a benefit out of it. It means that it's going to happen. And it's going to happen here. It's going to happen everywhere across the continent. So we need to take that. And last but not least, the continental free trade. We need to move it from 2019 till now. We haven't done anything. We've signed bilateral agreements. We haven't moved anywhere. If we want this thing to really work, the continental free trade is not for SMEs. It's for big corporates. It's for the Olams. It's for everybody else, because you need an export license. You need to be able to show capacity. But who are the feeders to these big companies? It's the SMEs. So it's important to understand the role of the SMEs and how they're going to continue to exist, and why collaboration is key. Kenya is big in tea. We need to be able to collaborate with somebody and say, okay, you do the marketing and the export, we'll do the production. You look at Ghana. Ghana is good at gold and cocoa. Who can be able to be a partner in terms of processing? Ethiopia is great in leather. So I think we need to start thinking more as collaborators. We need to start thinking as a continent and not in isolation as countries. Otherwise, we will not be able to be successful.
Thank you.
I would like to say that from where I started, I think we have a strong intent to do this, but somewhere our processes, which includes policy, framework, tariff structure, duty structure, and on top of this, the governance mechanism to monitor all of this when we try to put something in place. If those things come into play, no one can stop Ghana to be self-sufficient. No one can stop us to make a value addition sitting in our own country. But we need to have that strong will to make those strong changes. That is when only this strong transformation in the agro-processing industry can happen. And Ghana has time and again given various examples in the past where corporates have participated. Some of those instances, Olam itself has participated, where we used to be heavily import dependent in those categories. Tomato paste is one example, biscuits is another example. There are so many such examples that are available. But some of the places, some of the sectors that we have discussed over the last 1 hour or so, we are not able to do as a country is because the right structures don't prevail. Once we do that, I think we can be self-sufficient. Our overall cost of production will also come down, and we will be able to create and develop all the ancillary industries also around us and sort this problem of CD weakening, foreign exchange, going out of the country, not generating enough value within the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I want to say is that I think we can work together as partners in the space to resolve some of the difficulties that we have. And it is only when we work as partners that we know what everybody is bringing to the table that we can solve a particular problem. Like I indicated, there are other sectors that we've picked already as a bank, and we can clearly see some of the impact that we are making in that space. So actors, let's work together. Let's not work in silos. If we work in silos, you may end up having the product and you may not have a market for it. But we need to look at the whole value chain and ensure that we bank everybody and we solve the problems along the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a round of applause for our distinguished panel. A couple of observations. As a moderator, you have the last word, kind of. So I'll launch into it. First of all, BFT and Fidelity Bank, thank you for sponsoring this event. I must say, on behalf of every agribusiness person here, that we haven't given enough time to this topic. This topic, to the extent that we are looking at industrializing Ghana, and we believe that agribusiness is a pillar to do that, is a very multifaceted issue with several solutions that have to come across the entire ecosystem, business ecosystem in Ghana. Of particular note is that industrialization is a very specific strategy and system that goes with it. In particular, it requires a government framework, government policy to do that. Notably on this panel, we don't have any government person here to speak to government's agenda on industrialization of agriculture. That is something that was particularly needed here as well. Last but not the least, you do not industrialize every aspect of agriculture. You do not pick every commodity and decide to industrialize it, because you do have the economics of comparative advantage, scale, resources. How do you use your hard-earned resources, foreign dollars or what have you, for your country? And you cannot be producing everything. You have to be very selective. And last but not the least, the banks will also only put their money in areas where they think the risk and reward profile reflects that. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we do a bigger round of applause? And my good brother and friend, Mr. Robert Dovlo, we're very grateful to you this afternoon. Like you've mentioned, there are bigger conversations to have. There are more of such platforms to put together, because there's a lot more to do in terms of shaping the conversations and making sure that we're effective regarding what we are suggesting as the solutions to our current problems. At this time, I would like to once again, with great respect, acknowledge once again the very kind support and the leadership of our chairperson for today. Shall we do a big round of applause for Mr. Edward Annan? We're very grateful to him for today. And at this time, I would like to, with great respect, welcome here to the stage the Presidential Envoy in charge of interfaith and ecumenical bodies, who's also a former Minister of State and representing the Chief of Staff of the Republic, for closing remarks and the official closing of this Forum. Shall we do a big round of applause as we welcome the Honorable Elvis Afriyie Ankrah.
Good afternoon to everybody. Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. I wasn't here from the beginning, so I don't know the protocol, so kindly forgive me. I'm a messenger. I've been asked to come and read on behalf of the Chief of Staff, who sends you his greetings. He was supposed to have been here, but because His Excellency is not in town, some assignments have fallen upon his shoulder, so I've been called to read on his behalf. But with the little that I heard the past 10, 15 minutes or so, I'm inspired, and I was fortunate to be part of the manifesto committee of our party. And based on the things that I'm hearing and the vibes here, I believe that if we continue to collaborate, we can indeed transform our country and transform our agricultural sector. There is indeed hope for this country. Members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and cherished partners in Ghana's development journey, as we bring this 14th Ghana Economic Forum to a close, I want to begin with a simple truth, one which has been reiterated in many ways today. Ghana has never lacked ideas. What we have sometimes lacked is the resolve to stay the course. Today, listening to the depth of dialogue and the honesty in our exchanges, I am convinced that that resolve has returned. This year's theme, currency stability, a reset for sustainable economic growth, has provided us an invaluable opportunity for national reflection. One that has shown that reset is not about turning back, it is about turning right. As a nation, we have spent years confronting turbulence, debt pressures, inflationary storms, and harsh winds of global shocks. Yet, even in the midst of our difficulties, Ghana has shown that when pushed to the edge, we do not fall back, we fight back. That spirit, the Ghanaian spirit, is what gives me the faith that this reset is not merely a slogan, but it's a blueprint for our collective future. We now know that stability cannot be solely declared. It must be felt. It must come from discipline in policy, productivity in enterprise, and integrity in leadership. And if this forum has made anything clear, it is that every sector of our economy, finance, energy, agriculture, and industry must work in concert and not in competition. As we have seen, over the last decade, we have seen Ghana tested by turbulence, inflationary pressures, fiscal strain, and external shocks that expose the fragility of our economic systems. But as many speakers reminded us, the real work of nation building lies not in managing crises, but in preventing and overcoming them. Our mission, therefore, is not only to correct numbers, but to recalibrate the spirit of productivity and trust that underpins them. So I ask, will we continue to chase temporary comforts, or will we embrace the discipline of long-term renewal? Ladies and gentlemen, true transformation begins when a nation believes it can do more with what it already has. The conversations across finance, energy, and agribusiness today all point to one undeniable fact. That is, Ghana's growth potential is vast, but its harnessing requires courage, collaboration, and continuity. From energy to security to industrial value addition, from fiscal responsibility to innovation, the message is consistent. We must build a system that rewards enterprise, not excess, performance, not privilege. This is how we will ensure that the economic terrain we navigate in the decade ahead is not dictated by external aid, but by internal capacity. We must think boldly, act locally, and collaborate globally. Because the next phase of Ghana's development will belong to those who dare to plan beyond the next election cycle, to those who choose legacy over applause. In the reflections shared by our distinguished Vice President, our economists, and our captains of industry, I sense something powerful, a quiet but unmistakable consensus that Ghana's next decade will not be defined by external bailouts, but by internal belief. From the finance panel, we heard that a strong currency does not come from strong words, but from strong fundamentals. Fundamentals. Okay. I don't want to be tempted. Let me stick to my spiritual. From the energy experts, we heard that without reliable power, industrial dreams remain paper plans. And from our agribusiness leaders, we were reminded that true currency stability begins in the soil, when every farmer's harvest carries more value than before. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new compact we must forge. Policy that is honest, productivity that is rewarded, and partnerships that are genuine. We must learn to link stability with purpose and purpose with people. Because when a nation produces more, exports more, innovates more, and believes more, its currency stands taller. Not just on the market, but in the minds of its citizens. When we talk about currency stability, we are not talking only about charts and exchange rates. We are talking about human stability. The mother who budgets in faith, the shopkeeper who prays that the price of goods will not change before sunset, the young graduate who dreams of starting a business without fearing tomorrow's inflation. If the cedi does not work for them, it works for no one. This is why this conversation must live beyond this hall. It must reach the classrooms, the factories, the markets, and the fields, because in the end, no policy will endure if it does not touch the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. As I look across this room, I see something remarkable. Those gathered here are experts, but much more, they are patriots. People who, in their own fields, have decided that Ghana's progress will not be postponed. And I want to say this: the government alone cannot transform this nation. It never could. The role of leadership is to create clarity, to set direction, and to inspire courage. But it is the partnership between the state and the citizen that builds a country. To our business community, you are not just economic actors, you are economic architects. To our regulators, your duty is not control, but creation, to make it easier for good ideas to grow. To our banks and financiers, let us begin to bet on Ghanaian capacity, not just Ghanaian collateral. And to our youth, this reset is your inheritance. You are not the future. You are the force of the future. And today, The question is no longer whether you are ready, but whether we, as a nation, are ready to trust your boldness. I believe that the Ghana we are building through partnership, discipline, and courage will not only be economically stable, but morally steady, not only competitive, but compassionate. For what is the value of stability if it does not translate into dignity? As this forum concludes, let us leave here not as attendees, but as custodians of a collective assignment. Each of us has a role to ensure that the conversations begun here translate into actions that endure. Tomorrow, the headlines will capture the speeches, but in the weeks to come, may the legacy be measured not in applause, but in application. Let it be said that the Ghana Economic Forum of 2025, a new generation of leaders in government, in business, in academia, decided that our CD will no longer be a reflection of our fears, but a representation of our faith. So let us rise from here with renewed conviction to govern wisely, to produce boldly, and to believe fiercely. I'd like to thank the organizers, the Business and Financial Times, our partners, and every participant who made this forum more than an event. You have made it a movement. May the courage we found here not end with applause, but begin with action. May the light of innovation outshine the shadows of doubt. Let me repeat that. May the light of innovation outshine the shadows of doubt. And may Ghana, our beloved Ghana, stand tall in Africa once more, not for her history, but for her leadership. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Honorable Elvis Afriyie-Ankrah, we're very grateful to you for ably representing the Chief of Staff of the Republic. At this time, we'll call for our plaques to be presented to our final set of contributors and panel members who have delivered a great job in terms of shaping our thoughts as we wrap up this forum. I'd like to once again welcome up here to the seat the board chairman of Business and Financial Times, Dr. Edith Dankwa. And so the Honorable Elvis Afriyie-Ankrah will present the plaques to Madame Fatima Mohammed, the CEO of Africa Brand Warrior, Alberta Akosa, the founder and executive director of Agri House Foundation, Alex Ejeya-Mponsa, who is the director of SME Banking of Fidelity Bank, either way is fine. Madame Fatima Ali Mohammed, CEO of Africa Brand Warrior. Grateful. Alberta Akosa, the founder and executive director of Agri House Foundation. We're grateful to you. Alex Ejeya-Mponsa is the director of SME Banking at Fidelity Bank, our main partner and sponsor. Raymond Denta is a systems consultant for agribusiness, finance, and markets. And also, Raghav Mandana is the regional chief finance officer for Olam Agri Ghana. Also would like to say a very, very big thank you to Mr. Robert Dovlo, who was our moderator for today. He is an agribusiness industry specialist and executive. And now at this time, we'll take a final photograph. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served immediately after this. And for all of our representatives from our sponsors, and especially Fidelity Bank, please see your representatives immediately after this. And so for all other participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will send to you coupons for lunch, which will be held in the next hall adjoining this one. At this time, we'd like to say a very big thank you to all of you. It's been wonderful sharing your company for the 2025 Ghana Ghana Economic Forum, put together by Business and Financial Times in collaboration with Fidelity Bank and all other sponsors. We're grateful to you all, and let's continue to keep Ghana at the top of all of our deliberations and all of our plans. I'm grateful once again. My name is Nathaniel Atto. You have a wonderful and productive week. Thank you. Kwampa.
Hello.
Are we all ready? Stop. Yeah, so this I should talk. Where am I looking here? When they join me, should I? Quick. Good to go. Hello. Oh, my. Are we good to go? Too close. Should I go back? Are people waiting? Can stand here. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation here at the 2025 Ghana Economic Forum have ended. The real test, however, is how these ideas will translate into policy decision and economic growth reforms that we all anticipate. I am Juliet Etefe. I am a journalist with the Business and Financial Times, and thanks for staying with us on the live stream. We would be, however, interacting with some participants to take their reflection on today's event. I mean, it's been insightful conversation from intro to plenary 1 to plenary 2 and to the ending. I would have a lady join me for the first one as we take the reflection for today. Hello, madam. Thank you very much for joining me. Your name and your organization.
My name is Harriet Mr. Arthur. I'm the executive partner and co-founder of Arthur Energy Africa.
What is your impression of today's discussion?
I think the discussions have gone very well. I think the time was a little short given the significant nature of the various topics we chose to discuss. My concern, not my concern, I mean, I'm hoping that the many ideas that were shared at the forum will allow us to continue the conversations so that we can translate the ideas into real action. So next year, by this time, when we have the 15th Economic Forum, we have some reporting on some progress we've made on some of the actions. I particularly was a facilitator of the energy session, and I would say that, and it's been said severally, that energy is such a fundamental part of the economy. Government is taking some steps, but we need some more consistent action to move us very, very quickly to a level that can actually fund the vision that has been laid out by government. If we do not move fast to translate the ideas into action, it will make government fall short on the commitments it's made to the people.
Let me take you back. A lot of the time, conversation have been on collaboration, and has come times without number. What can we do? What are we not doing right in terms of collaborating to push the economic growth agenda we are all anticipate?
Listen, setting the environment right is a fundamental thing. If the environment is right, people will find their collaborators. The partners will come in, we'll be able to attract them. But if the framework and the environment is not set right, and this is where government comes in, because this falls directly on government's plate. They have to lead the way in setting the framework and making sure the environment is right. And the funding will come and the other things will fall in place. I'm a firm believer that we're not going to be able to do away with all our challenges, but we have a good plan that people can trust in, then they will partner with us to get things done.
Thank you very much, madam. And hopefully we'll see you on the 15th Economic Forum. We'll be having another person join us for his reflection on today so far. Hello, gentlemen. You're welcome, and thanks for staying with us. Your name and the organization.
I'm Aduti Akui from 2A Multi-Consult and Ride Industry.
What are the highlights for you today?
Oh, it's a lot. I think the hammer, because the very area which I work with, I think those are the things which came up. So you can see I asked some typical question to the minister. Yeah, I think you can't tell me that maybe Ghana here, we have sun. We can tap energy from sun. We can tap energy from the wind. And he said we are going for, what's the name? Nuclear energy. That one, some of it don't agree to that. And secondly, too, I can also say that the engine of growth, the team is, the engine of growth have been the private sector. So as a government, if you want to succeed, you still need the participation of the private sector a lot. Without that, I think you cannot, you dare not go anywhere. So that is what I can say for today, for today's program.
So, in terms of the private-public partnership you mentioned, I remember vividly one of the panel member mentioned that, okay, we are ready to partner, but government needs to show us the plan, a believable one, so we follow suit. What do you also make of that?
You see, these are the challenges. When you are on the grounds, you see, that's where you feel the reality. As I speak to you now, I have an investor who is willing to take up one of the game changer project in Ghana. You go to the ministry, they will tell you, go here, even despite a letter have come from the Flagstaff House. Yesterday, the chief director was asking me that somebody have to give a command. Who? Am I the one to give the command? They are the institutional head. So we have to we go to them, they have to give the directive. But yet, nobody is So they say that partnership. When the private sector avail himself, is the government ready to give us the right framework, listen to take advantage of? No, I don't see it like that. Then know very well that as a government, if you don't partner the private sector, you are woefully fail with whatever agenda. I tell you, if as a government you think you can do everything, no, I don't think it will work this perfectly for you.
But are you hopeful of today's conversation into changing the narrative of the concerns you've raised?
Quite hopeful, but I'm also hoping that we can do better. The government should do they should do they should do the work more, not just telling us some history see they do blah 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 and other things which doesn't work with because we believe in realities. Are you getting create the right environment for us to take advantage of?
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Government must create the right environment for the private sector to be able to effectively collaborate or partner in line with the growth we anticipate. We are having another person join us to share his reflection for today. Sir, your name and your organization.
I am Kizito. In fact, I have a little bit of my voice. So, I am Kizito. I want to talk on the energy sector. In fact, what I have realized is we have most expertise living abroad who, when they come down and things are made easy, I think they can kind of help. So I would like the government to channel its sources through the private sector so that those expertise can bring their experts on there.
So harnessing diaspora expertise?
Exactly. So, in fact, I spoke to one of my friends whilst here, and I was showing him what was happening here. And what he told me was, he is an energy expert. So he would like to come down. I even spoke to him, sir. Whatever it will take him to let the government also know what he can bring on board, I will lead for him to also come so that whatever it is, he can also bring it on board.
So hopefully we are seeing him at the 15th Economic Forum. But lastly, what is your final word as to how hopeful are you? I mean, the conversation, the ideas shared, how hopeful are you in its changing the concerns we have so far in the economy?
Listening to the host of people who spoke on several sectors on the topic, I think there is hope for the future and the youth, especially on the agro-business. So what they have to do is to at least make certain things easy for the youth to also be encouraged to, in fact, involve themselves in the agro-business so that at least Ghana economy and then the food stock will also, yes, so that we can also have enough food, not especially when we can export and then we have enough too in the country.
Thank you very much. We are having another gentleman join us, and he would also share. Gentleman, your name and your organization.
I'm David Dankwa from Asankara Technical. I'm an agriculture mechanization facilitator.
David, what do you make of today's discussion so far?
It was fantastic. It was fantastic. I was happy to see the CEO of AgriHouse Foundation here.
What stood out for you?
Yes, what stood out for me was a solution proffered by Mr. Raymond that the government needs to set up mechanization and logistics centers so that, there are farmers who can't afford tractor. So the farmer can just go to the mechanization center and then get the tractors or agricultural mechanization equipment and then use it and then return it back, either for a fee or maybe for free or whatever. But the most important thing is the farmer can't afford that tractor or whatever. So if there are these centers which are sponsored by the government, then it will make it easy for agricultural mechanization.
Sure. The expectation for the 15th edition of Ghana Economic Forum, what do you expect?
Well, I expect that the solutions proffered here, at least 40%, 50% will be worked on, so that we will not go back to the solutions proffered in the 14th. Yeah, so if on the 15th I see these same solutions, then then I'll be a little bit confused.
Sure. Thank you very much. I hope to see you on the 15th, and I can assure you that maybe we might not have the same ideas. We'll be churning out the solution. And that brings us to the end. Just a quick highlight on today. We had the BOG assuring us the stability, production, and innovation must interlock for a sustainable growth. We also have the CEO of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Godwin Akwe, reiterating the fact that economic resilience requires shared responsibility. We have the chair of the Economic Forum also underscoring the need to harness local industry for growth, and that effort is not negotiable. We have the VIP, the Vice President of Ghana, also calling for collaboration among the public and even the private sector so that a growth we all anticipate becomes a reality and not only in words. She also noted that short-term comfort must not come at the cost of long-term resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the 14th Ghana Economic Forum. We hope to see you on the 15th one. Once again, I'm Juliet Etefe, a journalist with the Business and Financial Times. See you in 2026.